Hi, everybody. Welcome to the show.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah, first, I need to tell you, here's one guy, you ever heard of him? Pop
Something,
people that
something.
try to,
You gonna tell me a
cool.
little something, something?
Yeah, he did, tranquil video the other day. He's crazy. He said that, there's, uh, same old propaganda lies. One, he said that here's people born with more like triple X or XXY, but that's just he doesn't tell you that that's just the cells. The DNA what makes you a man or a woman. The cells don't have an effect.
Well, there's three ways to tell, Gigi. Okay, there's skeletal, there's genetic, and then there's the actual body parts, right?
Yeah,
Like,
and he also tried to bring up hers people born with birth defects where they're born with a extra part, but he doesn't tell you it just resembles the other parts radically different from life. And no guy's born with
well,
a
plants are hermaphrodites. They can have children any number of different ways. Humans, that's not the same thing, right? They have scientific basis for these ideas, but they're trying to apply them where they don't belong.
yeah. It's
Right,
just
like you see examples in nature of frogs being able to switch switch genders,
yeah.
right? And the mechanics of the body parts work because you're dealing with an egg and you're not dealing with internal like changes.
Yeah, lizards and fish can change genders, but mammals can't.
Well, not so
By the way,
much lizards. Like, I mean, if you're talking about like population wise, yeah. But I mean, that's not something that happens normally in nature. Like that's like a rare occasion where you
yeah,
have to force the whole population into a particular scenario and then they can do it. It's not like you find that in nature.
yeah. But I want to ask you, with evolution, do you think evolution is part of the New World Order? Or
Yes, absolutely. Well, New World Order, you're going to have to be a little more specific. Like the New World Order has been around for a very long time, right?
so
And
it's
I don't
the
think they've ever actually been the order of the day.
Old World Order?
I mean, yeah, I guess. Because New World Order is a little bit of a misnomer. They've been around for a very long time, for at least as long as I've been alive.
Oh, has it been as long as Aiden?
I mean, possibly.
Kid is holding his breath. Shown that some people today know that me where the kid is holding his. Oh, uh-oh.
GG.
Hi. Hi.
Hey there, buddy. What you doing, little guy?
How- Not so much. How
Oh,
are
I'm
you today,
good.
little
I'm
guy?
good. Dustin, much love, brother.
Much. Oh, hey, Tim. What's up, boss?
Oh, not much, man.
Dude, you're
Chilling.
starting to grow on YouTube. I saw your stuff being spread.
Yeah, I saw. Yeah, thank you for that link. That was awesome. Glory to God.
Yeah,
This
bro.
was really cool.
I mean, I haven't seen anybody else's stuff being reused yet, and I've been
Right,
looking.
right. Yeah, I'm glad you found that. I didn't even know that. I like. Yeah, that's cool.
What happened?
Oh, somebody reposted my video where I was showing pre-trib rapture quotes from the church fathers.
Oh,
Excellent resources, great research. I mean, these guys who are like, oh, the church fathers, they were human too.
Yeah. Oh, they
but
absolutely were. They
yeah,
absolutely
no.
were.
But I have a question here. Do you think evolution and creation can work together as one?
Well, I think it is kind of important, because I was thinking about that because I was watching Donnie Badinsky's videos, and Donnie makes a good point that we don't necessarily reject evolution, we reject common descent. That's really the heart of the matter. We understand that creatures and things like that change over time, but the idea that everything commonly descended from a common ancestor I don't, some people, the terms of macro and microevolution, it's weird, but we know that we're never going to see a dog become anything other than a dog, right? We know that for a fact. It may be different in size, but it will always be a four-legged canine. So
if you get rid of common descent, you destroy the whole theory and basis for evolution.
exactly.
Evolution, so it's that and deep time.
Yeah.
Those two components seem to be the basis on which they try and well, I mean, how are you going to refute deep time? We only have one point of reference to go from as to the creation of Earth, and it's not a scientifically recognized paper. However, it has been peer reviewed more than.
Well, yeah, I have a question for you, Tim. If microevolution is so true, then could Dustin have a kid with Lady Aiden?
Nope.
But it's Lady Aiden.
Nope. Lady Aiden is a man.
Ooh. Lady Aiden is a man, yes.
Hi, I'm Lady Aiden. I'm here to say hi to you. Now you're making me think of the first Ace Ventura movie. Whenever he finds out the woman is actually a man, he's like, Einhorn is a man.
Einhorn is Finkel. Finkel is Einhorn. Einhorn is a man.
Burns his clothes. Oh my gosh. Back when sodomy was actually like demonized because it is wicked. Yeah.
Publicly shamed, yes.
Yeah. Oh goodness, that was so funny. Jim Carrey, man.
Yeah, he's funny. What if? What if Dustin had a girlfriend? Could they give birth to a papa dog?
Nope.
Well, it's interesting that you say common descent, Tim, because I was trying to ask them about that the other day. Both Aiden and Big Bad Mama. Which is it? Are we apes? Are we orangutans? Are we chimpanzees?
Right.
Or are we human? And they can't get distinguished. Like, what do you mean? They're all the same thing. No, they're clearly not.
Yeah.
you can't crossbreed. You can't interchange parts. The closest thing that we can interchange parts with is a pig.
Yeah, that's a great, that's right. You were talking about, that's fantastic. Yeah, we can't even use monkey hearts or monkey livers, and you would think that we would if we were so close genetically. So
you would think. That's the whole criteria for being eligible to donate in the first place, is that you're related or your genes are close enough to where it doesn't matter. Like, right. There's 2%. That's like 2 genes per every cell. That's it. That's 2%. Right? Mm-hmm. That's the difference. But we can go to a pig, which is probably more like 5%. 5 genes. I forget what it is. Well, I forget the genome, the difference, but I think it's like 5% difference, which is 5 genes per cell, and the hearts work. We can replace nerve cells. We can put in stents. We can put in what's the damn word I'm trying to think of? We can repair heart walls with kind of, well, not really, but yeah, when you can put in a stent, then that's big. Genes, it just doesn't make any sense.
Oh, it doesn't. Right? Yeah, absolutely.
And it's not like we have not tried. There are documented experiments of a little girl who had a chimpanzee heart transplanted into her. She died of complications.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't compatible.
Right.
Oh yeah, it's really interesting stuff to think about.
Can I ask you a question?
We were able to. Yes. Oh.
What would you say to them? Say if you prove evolution completely without prove creation.
Say that again.
No, that's a false. That's a correlation versus causation fallacy. If I was to disprove evolution then that would automatically prove God. That's not, that's the argument that Ironheart or Lionheart tries to stick to me every single time, and it's like, dude, that's a fallacy. I'm not
Yeah.
trying to disprove evolution to prove God. What I'm trying to do is point out an inconsistency on what you would accept as evidence.
What if they prove that uh, Dustin could give birth to a non-Dustin?
Well, that would be a trick, considering I have not the ability to give birth.
Oh, what do you think of that, Tim? Timm.
I would agree.
Well, Tim, what would
We even can grow human tissue from rats. Transplantable earlobes and entire ears, like the whole thing. Like,
oh,
yeah, you can grow an ear from a rat and have it surgically attached to your ear, right, as a form of plastic surgery.
oh,
They do that. It's really expensive, but it can be done.
oh. You look into Tim and make Tim into you.
Boy, that'd be creepy.
Will you do that?
I mean, we could do that.
Wear each other's faces.
Yeah, that's entirely possible. That's not
Yeah.
just a movie.
Yeah,
That's
true.
that's real life. You can
Yeah.
do that. I mean, like, it's
Face.
interesting kind of surgery, but we could do that back in the 30s. It's
Birdies?
not new. They've been doing this kind of stuff forever. We didn't even discover genes before we were transplanting pig parts. That was 6 years later. They discovered genes, the
Jeans?
genome, the HTC.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah, they had no idea. They knew genes, and we were transplanting way back then. Like if you look up the
oh,
experiments that they tried to do over in Russia when Stalin was in charge, they did everything they super breed a hybrid chimpanzee, monkey, ape, anything. They tried everything they could. They recombined DNA. That's what kind of makes me wonder if they knew about genes before they publicly claimed that they did, because they tried artificial insemination. You can look those papers up. It's all over Google. Like,
Wait.
they've tried crossbreeding, they've tried all kinds of stuff.
oh.
Jamie, I think Jamie's talking to me. Jamie says, if you're interviewing Terry, where's this thumbnail for the interview? No, I'm not interviewing Terry. Terry's interviewing me on her channel today.
Oh, what time?
About I think 4 o'clock Central.
Oh, and that would
I'm
be
glad. I'm
Eastern.
actually glad I just forgot. I'm glad I just got reminded. I actually forgot, so I need to. I'm gonna here in a few minutes. I'm gonna jump out and go hit the gym real quick and make sure I'm ready for that.
Oh, oh, for you to press impressor.
No.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Wow, Gigi's just going at me. All right, Gigi. Right.
What if you two fall in love and got married and gave birth to Dustin?
Oh my gosh, that'd be a weird one.
Yeah, but what? Yankees. But anyways, Aiden, Dustin, if you disproved the evolution of one something prize, what would you do? Dustin? He
He's
disappeared.
gone. He'll be back.
But say to them that only way evolution can be false if there's a conspiracy out there of many different people and different thingamajiggies.
Say that again.
What would you say to Big Bad Mama if he said, only way evolution can be wrong if there's a conspiracy with completely different people in different fields?
No, that's just yeah, that's baseless. I mean, first of all, they're just interpreting the evidence in a certain way. But if you look at the evidence, like it can be interpreted in favor of creation all over the place. And Matt Naylor did a great video talking about how with evolution you have like over like 20 paradoxes that science has named because evolution can't explain them. But he showed that creation can easily explain away those paradoxes and reconcile them. So no, you got to be pretty dense to keep on touting out about evolution and claiming that we descended from this ape-like ancestor and all this stuff.
Oh, but what would you say then if they say we came from dust? Why there's still dust?
That's just, yeah, that sounds like a joke rather than a legitimate claim.
Yeah, I know. They say that because people always say that if evolution, like we came from monkeys, why there's still monkeys?
What is going on in the comment section? Looks like a war.
You Earth evolution, not creation. You Earth evolution. How you Earth evolution?
I don't
Earth.
know how anybody earths anything. He sounds like he's one of those new age kind of retards. You earth evolution? What are you, a grounding nut? Are you out there with your new age bullshit? Like
Don't
you
do it.
just
Don't do
go out,
it. Okay,
go
now
outside and touch grass. Just go outside and touch grass.
Dustin, I
Yes,
don't
sir.
mind you. I don't mind you going after Bubblegum, but I need to let Gigi. If Bubblegum comes in here, please do not let him in. I can't.
How about
I will lose my mind.
Yeah. Don't let that guy
uh,
in here. He's
they
he's just too much.
they say he has that effect on people.
Yeah, he does have that effect on people.
Uh, uh, but what if uh, what would you say to someone to show that evolution's wrong but creationism is right?
You couldn't, like, it's not a dichotomy. Like you can only like it's not, the more proof you have for one is the more proof you have against the other, right? Like they keep trying to say that there's an intimate relationship between the two, and that's just because that there's a big fight between the two factions, right? And both
Right.
sides
Yeah.
believe that winning means proving their side so that the other side couldn't be. And the real impetus for all this is in the debate, because they whittle it down to a binary, right? If evolution is true, that negates the possibility of God. And I mean, it's a stupid position to argue from, because all it does is create confusion between anybody who's watching the debate.
Oh. What do you think?
I agree. I agree with him. I have like a million things going on over here. I got like people commenting on my videos, trying to read that, trying to talk to Terry on Messenger. Like I'm just all over the place today.
What if you fell in love and got married?
Uh,
I
no
don't know
comment.
how that would logistically work, because, I mean, she's in a wheelchair. What do you get?
What?
I
See,
mean, how do you work around that fact? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not
Well,
trying to be rude to Terry. I'm not, but like, that's a pretty big, you know, like, how do you, like? How, I don't even know how to put it without being rude.
well, and she's not in a wheelchair. I think like she said something that she has some condition with her joints. I think it was, and I think she only needs it for like certain things. I don't think she's like confined.
I mean, even still, though, like, how you got to understand, you got to be understanding. There's a lot of give and take.
Yeah. Um, that that being said, I'm not the kind of person that like on like live streams or on the internet, I'm just putting out there. Oh yeah, I'm going after this girl. Like that's not me. If
are
I
you
were to
sure?
if I were to talk to women, it's going to be quiet and it's going to be in the background. I'm not going to make a show out of stuff like that.
Oh, Tim, here's this guy in this video I have of people dancing in church. He kind of looks like you.
Tit.
What if he is you?
Nah, you never catch me dancing at church.
I can imagine Dustin dancing at church.
You catch me putting my Bible up in the air and yelling "Amen" like a good Baptist. I do
Well, yeah,
that.
I've seen people at church wave their hands. Like,
I don't. Yeah, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing to lift up your hands. In worship and things like that. I know the Bible talks about that, but for me, it's like it's kind of a very personal thing. There's a reason I don't do that because it's just I've seen hypocritical people do it in church, and it just kind of ruined that for me. But I'll raise up my Bible, so to speak, to like salute the pastor in a way. I just won't raise up my hands. I feel like it's really like I don't know. I've seen too many hypocrites do that, and it just ruined it for me.
Big Bad Mama, it's possible that the correlation and causation relationships that you keep espousing to are purely fictional, and they're just in your mind. It's just a fictitious that you keep telling yourself over and over again because you can grasp onto it like it's a security blanket. What you're dealing with is a bunch of artifacts that, whether you want to admit to it or not, were manipulated to show what you wanted it to show, not what was really there. So please, for the love of God, stop pretending like there's this mountain of evidence that has to be defeated. It's not really evidence. It's just stuff you claim is evidence.
Right.
That's really all it is. You're like, oh, all these people agree. I'm so sick and tired of your argument from authority. Like, so what if they agree? It doesn't prove them right. You don't have anything from which you can seriously stand on aside from your assertion and a group of people that agree with you. I'm sorry, I'm rejecting that as evidence. You can keep putting it out there, but after a certain point, you're going to have to listen to people who are telling you that doesn't stand as evidence. Because if that's all you're standing
are you alright, buddy?
on, I don't understand why Christianity doesn't stand.
You're
Both y'all are
breaking
breaking
up there,
up.
little guy.
Oh, I'm back.
Yeah, and I can't help but notice, but Big Bad Mama always likes to copy and paste. Like that's a copy and pasted statement that he just put on there. I've seen him use the same one before.
Oh.
I mean, I'm guilty of doing that too, but he's just trying to say, look at all of these people that agree with each other. I agree with them. So what?
Right.
That
Yeah.
doesn't prove anything. You have nothing to show me, right? Look at this paper. This paper correlates with that paper. Can you show me the issues with radiometric dating? Can you show me the big arguments, the actual scientific meetings that people would come together and try to argue against each other based on the positive facts that you're trying to say mean XYZ? Because if you're telling me that this was just a slap together thing that everybody just instantly agreed upon, I gotta call bullcrap. There's not one reviewed paper that does not have a challenge put to it, and at some point or another, from some other egghead that thinks that they're completely wrong. You just want to hide those facts and hide behind the idea that everybody agrees. Stop.
Oh. I wonder if you had a talk with him before, remember?
Yeah, I still haven't had any answers about any of my questions. Every time he says, I'll look into it, I'll look into it, he still hasn't answered any of them. Glaciostatics. He's trying to tell me that I got to come up with an answer for the boundary lines that act as though they're stretching and being pulled across as the continents are taking the material away. Well, if there was any reason for the continents to be spreading apart, why is there any oolitic graphitic fasces of granite and if there shouldn't have been nothing left behind. There should just be fresh, hot, liquid magma floor. But what you have is a whole remnant of a mountain range that shoots clear across. You know what that's reminiscent of? Water pressing down on the crust and raising the other side like, huh?
Oh, you got me thinking that quote, liquid hot magma.
It is because there's a portion of the mantle that's squishy, right? And the more weight you put down on this side, the more material you're pushing to the other side, which then raises it up like a shelf. Still haven't had an answer for that. Not he won't acknowledge glaciostatics. He won't explain why we have these huge jetties of land crust that are shot straight down into the mantle that are still cold to this day. Won't explain it. Just pretends like they don't exist.
Oh. What do you think, Tim?
Amen. I think he's making great points.
Tim, what proof would you have for creation?
1 second.
Okay. What about you, Dustin?
What's that about? What do I think about creation?
I mean, what proof
I have
would
a
you have?
hard I have a hard time understanding. See, here's the thing, Gigi. Proof has become a bastardized concept. We used to have experiments where we can compare and contrast, and we can make a clear deduction based on the information that we're given. Galileo's experiment about mass, for example, when you drop two dissimilar size objects, one heavier than the other, off of a high point, which one will hit the ground first? We did all different kinds of experiments, and we clearly deduced from the results that no matter what the shape, size, or mass of an object, they all fall at the same rate. Right now, there's no such thing as that anymore. You can't do that in today's day and age, because if you try and say that this is a clear deduction based on XYZ experiment, then there's always someone in there trying to say, well, you're not taking into account ABC, and that might be a different result. So there's no such thing as proof anymore, right? Unless you have enough money to buy the people off that are arguing against you.
Yeah, that's a live one. Yeah, I say yeah, some of the best evidence for creation was done by Donnie Badinsky and Matt Naylor. I'm trying to look for it, see if I can find the video they did. But Matt Naylor showed, huh?
Are you talking about entropy, genetic entropy?
No. Just basically, Matt Naylor showed that the Chinese language or the Japanese language is only like, I think like 1,000 or like I think 3,000 or 4,000 years old, and it actually points back to the people that spread out from the Tower of Babel. It was really cool. I'm trying to see if I can find it though.
Well, I mean, languages is definitely going to be the thing that seals the cat. But I think that it's not going to be the spoken language. It's going to be the symbolism that became the precursor to the spoken language.
Right. Yeah, it was really. I can't find it. What in the world? They did it just. It was the one where they were doing him, Matt Powell, and Matt Naylor. They were all doing presentations against evolution, different areas, and Matt Naylor's presentation was freaking fantastic. But I can't
I
find
love
it.
Matt, man.
Matt Naylor, dude, he is a freaking. That guy is off the charts in my opinion. He's studied this issue thoroughly.
Oh, would you ever ask Powell to come on my show?
I don't think. Look, I'm going to be honest with you, Gigi. I don't think he would do it.
Yeah.
Matt Powell's a little bit of a prude. I love Matt Powell, but he is a prude.
Oh. But what if he met Powell?
Mm-hmm.
Except Mike Weber, but they can't. But
Yeah, and the other issue is the people in this, a lot of the people that come on these streams, they're not like actual like debaters or anything like that. They just like to cut people off mid-sentence and talk over them all the time. It's not very respectable. So I wouldn't really want some, to. I mean, I put myself in the free for all just because I know what to expect now. But like honestly, like people that come to these streams, they don't debate from an honest area. They cut each other off or just literally shift the goalpost at will. It's not very effective.
Is that because of Justin?
No, it's because of themselves and them being stupid.
Oh, okay, but
I mean, I'd be lying if I didn't say I perpetuated the issue, but I didn't originate it. I learned it from other people.
like Aiden,
No, Aiden's not that. Actually, Aiden only employs that as a tactic. Like most people that we're talking about, they live by changing subjects whenever they get caught.
oh, like Tim does. I joke. Well, Tim,
What?
what would you do if they finally prove evolution wrong? Would you party?
I mean, yeah, no, I'd be happy. I'd be a very happy individual.
Oh,
How would you disprove a theory? Right? That's the problem.
Yeah,
This is just an idea in their head. You can't. It the thing. Okay, so the difference between proof and personal convincing is that not everybody needs proof to be convinced. Right? It just sounds better to them, and then you get invested in the ideas, and then after a while, you get in too deep, and it would be too much. Mama had to admit, right? If he had to undo all that schooling in his head and have to admit that all this was wrong, it would undo him on a psychological level, right? Like, I mean, like for me, it wouldn't even matter. In all honesty, if tomorrow I found out that God didn't exist, I mean, I think I could pick up the pieces and move on. If someone like Big Bad Mama had to get slapped in the face.
oh, oh, you, oh. But Tim,
hmm.
what proof would you show an atheist to prove that God exists?
Well, well, the prophecies from Scripture is a perfect one. The
What about
mathematical,
doesn't?
you
Oh,
know,
go ahead.
when it comes to the Bible, again, the Bible is the only book that managed to predict like over what 200 or 300 prophecies about Jesus before he was born, and then Jesus fulfilling those prophecies actively throughout the Scriptures.
Do
Like
you
that.
know who they cling to for predictions in certain times? Nostradamus.
That
For the love of God, you guys with your prediction science, like give me a prediction that's current and relevant, and I'll show you all the problems with it. You want to show like 40, 50 years ago when, oh, we predicted that this would be in this layer, blah, blah, blah. I mean, you can't tell me that those predictions weren't predicated on some ancient knowledge that they already knew about.
right.
Oh,
Like it just doesn't make any sense, Big Bad Mama. Like, oh, I have proof back in the day when we can't go and check it now. Like, get out of here with that mess. Give me a current prediction. One that we can review today, right? And don't give me papers of a bunch of people that agree with each other. I want to see the mechanics of what you're claiming. I want to see the reproduction, and I want to see the actual like physical experiment. Give me this bullcrap papers. People agree. This verifies that because this person agrees. Get out of here with that nonsense.
Yeah.
I want to ask you, what would you say to them that they say, but you believe in all the stuff science creates, like medicine and computers and
These are
stuff? Why
not
don't?
scientific creations. These are engineering principles, right? If you want to say that like this cell phone is a result of science, it's not a result of science, right? Every principle that works in a mechanical principle in this phone was based on an experiment, right? And then those experiments were manipulated due to the nature of the conclusion to build a device. It goes beyond science. Okay, it uses predictable, readily made natural laws to create a sound wave that can be propagated along the air and be interacted with. That's not science. That's innovation. That's invention. After a certain point, you're going to have to acknowledge that.
Right.
Look what Big Bad Mama said.
Yeah, and every year Big Bad Mama gets older, he's one step closer to hell. Ooh.
But just what else he said. Bible says that plants were created before the earth, and before the sun. What would you say to him?
That's a belief, Big Bad Mama. That's a question of faith, and I readily acknowledge that my faith can be wrong. Do you readily acknowledge that your theory could be wrong? I don't think so.
No.
Stop trying to make false equivalent arguments. It's not even close.
And I mean, Big Bad Mama, he still has yet to answer my question, proving that he's just as dishonest as he comes off. I mean, he claimed to me so many times, we don't have any contemporary evidence of Jesus, so why should I believe in him? But we also don't have any contemporary evidence of Pontius Pilate, but he believes in Pontius Pilate.
We have no contemporary evidence of what is it? It's Nazi Germany, when we had the Nuremberg trials, those lawyers were brilliant. They kept saying, well, how are we going to gas people if there's like wooden splinters in the doors? Like that whole argument, it was wooden doors there, so nobody was ever gassed. There's for the love of God, man.
Sorry.
We have so many examples of people trying to make a positive claim off of some obscure position of evidence, and you guys are arguing that it only works, that the Christians are the only one employing those tactics.
Big Bad Mama, I mean, honestly, until you answer my question, I'm just going to keep on throwing it in your face because, again, the fact that you always sidestep that question because you claim that you don't think Jesus is real, like, just proves to me an inconsistency in your own logic. So therefore, you're not credible.
What you're saying here, Big Bad Mama, is that you have a group of people that agree with each other, and because it's too complicated for us common folk to understand, that they're right by default?
Yeah, that's,
Is that the argument you're trying to make?
That's also a fallacy.
I mean, because you have a bunch of people that agree with you that are definitely not the majority. You have a small group of people that claim to be educated in a particular facet of life, right? And because they all agree with each other, that means that you have some kind of a fact. It doesn't work like that, Big Bad Mama. There's a reason that there's so many misconceptions about evolution, that the common people don't hold the proper educational position. It's because you guys are either shit at explaining it, or it's garbage to begin with, just like in any computer, garbage in, garbage out. Empirical support. Can you show me the original genome that would have that chimpanzees and monkeys split from? You can't do it, so stop pretending like we're not even advocating for intelligent design over here. You're pulling up another red herring. Provide proof for your evolutionary stance, Big Bad Mama. And I want to see something physical, not just a bunch of people agree.
Let's get physical.
Yeah.
See, look, they rail against us for saying that if we disproved evolution, that we would still have all our work ahead of us to prove God. But yet again, here's Big Bad Mama trying to say that because God couldn't be real, that the only alternative is evolution. What are you saying? That even if you were to prove evolution, you would still have all your work ahead of you to disprove God. Big Bad Mama. Stop trying to point to God, saying that if I disprove God, that proves evolution. That's not going to work anymore, thanks to Lionheart.
Yeah.
And until you defeat that argument, then I don't know what you're saying, bud. But I still
Also,
have questions about glaciostatics that you have yet to answer.
also, right. Also, I heard some whining from some people. He's using the Bible to prove the Bible. Well, first of all, the prophet Isaiah that prophesied about Jesus Christ himself, that the scroll, the manuscript for that prophecy was written in the 8th century BC. And some of the archaeological evidence for that is the clay seals. A clay seal with King Hezekiah's seal was found near an Isaiah seal. The archaeological layer there where the seals were found matches the time of Hezekiah's reign, which was 729 to 687 BC. So again, Isaiah was written long before Jesus Christ came and fulfilled all of that, basically most of the prophecies, because he's still going to fulfill the rest of it at the second coming.
What do you think Big Bad Mama says now?
So Big Bad Mama's just throwing in red herrings because he doesn't want to answer the questions.
That's what he does. He literally ignores my question. It's kind of, it's kind of sad. It is sad. It's really sad.
Hey,
don't cry.
Show me what the glaciostatics, just answer a question, Big Bad Mama, instead of throwing out red herrings.
Let's get physical.
BBM, you're not credible. Avoiding my question. I'll just keep pointing it at you. Like, it's just come here, copy and paste to defend my evolution false theory, and then, I'm going to ignore, the simple question that Tim's asking me to prove an inconsistency in my logic because I don't want to acknowledge the truth.
Imagine someone saying that there's so much evidence that it's readily apparent that the majority of people don't get it.
Yeah.
Like, we have this small group of people that all agree with each other, that pointing their finger at the majority of people saying you're wrong. Why won't they listen to them?
The fallacy, the fallacy on top of fallacy on top of fallacy. It's really bad. Y'all are brainwashed into a cult. It's just simple as that.
You realize, Big Bad Mama, that a majority of people do not believe in evolution, right? You understand that. And even again, if you were to prove evolution, you'd still have all your work ahead of you to disprove God. I just want you to understand those facts, okay?
Oh. But can you get physical? Physical. Get physical.
Yeah, left-handed Jedi, that doesn't work. I see what you're trying to say there. The writers of the Gospels knew about prophecies and wrote to match but they didn't, though. That's the thing, is that, first of all, the New Testament writers, if you look, they're the ones that weren't even calling Jesus Christ God. Jesus started calling himself God, and the Pharisees, who were literally scholars of their own law and the prophets, were trying to stone him, even though in Isaiah it says he shall be called Emmanuel, which means God with us. That's not some conspiracy where they were trying to match. No, it's quite clear that even their own lawyers and doctors of the law, the Jewish law, did not even understand the prophecies. So, yeah.
But what the? Justin, in terms that God, the burn proof is on you. It's not on BBM to disprove.
Nobody said that, Mr. Logo. We're talking about evolution in and of itself. You see, that's what Dustin was just getting at. Like, you guys are jumping to this extreme. When we say evolution's false, then you automatically default to, well, we have to prove God. No, you guys make the positive claim that evolution is true, and all we have to do is handle that claim.
Dustin likes to get physical.
This is what I'm saying. The people on these panels, the people that are in these chats, they act like they're some experienced debater, and yet they change their position every chance they get. It's sad. Like, if you're going to debate or want to practice debating, actually stick to the rules of a debate. Otherwise, you literally lose every single time.
And the other thing is, even if you provide a burden, that doesn't mean that the burden meets par, Mr. Logo. I reject the idea that because you're educated, you have a better picture of reality. Completely and thoroughly. It doesn't make sense. Because in a SHTF situation, who are you going to call? Are you going to call Mr. Logo to come bail you out? I don't think so. I think people will call me a lot sooner than they'll call Mr. Logo to come try and help them out of a sticky situation. I bet you would. I bet you would call me, GG, long before you would call Mr. Logo. Even just because of the geographical different distance, it doesn't make any difference. I don't think he could do anything practical to help anybody, and I think he knows
Tim,
And now we got people
that on a very personal level. That's why he attacks someone.
Yeah, so now we got people just literally practicing denialism. Big Bad Mama is yet to answer my question, so I won't answer his. Mr. Logo is jumping and shifting the goalpost. Yeah, you guys are dishonest argument. You guys don't argue honestly at all. So why should I even bother answering these questions?
Tim, your evidence how Australian end up with mainly must I can pronounce it. You can't see in biology. Oh. What do you say to that? How did they get to Australia?
I'm not answering that question. If Big Bad Mama can't simply admit that Jesus existed, what's the point in answering his questions?
Big Bad Mama, are animals territorial? Do they stick to a certain territory? Is that like an actual fact of nature? Like, could it be possible that there was more land mass, and that due to the territorial nature of the kangaroos, they all gathered together? Do you think that's possible? And then, all of a sudden, the science says the Earth warmed up and the ice caps melted, and then the land bridges started getting cut off. Do you think that's possible? Or is it just that somehow they spurned up out of the dirt and started mating with each other, and their offspring became what we understand today as marsupials? Which one sounds a little more crazy?
I think who sounds crazy is Tim.
Mm-hmm.
Patrick.
But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm jumping off for now. I gotta go hit the gym and everything, get ready for the interview with Terry. So yeah, I'll miss you guys too. Record. So, but yeah,
much love, Tim.
Much
Have
love,
a good
Dustin.
day.
It was great chilling with you guys, and I'll catch y'all later.
Keep an ear out. I might need your help.
Great chill.
Right. See you guys.
Physical. Can't wait to get
physical. I want to get physical. I went and chopped wood a little bit last night, about 3 hours.
You better.
Damn, okay, GG.
You type of guy. I'm just joking with you. You're the type of guy can chop wood with your bare hands.
Big Bad Mama, if you're going to start talking, why don't you get in here?
Yeah, I can imagine you chopping wood with your bare hands. Do you know this dust site?
Me? Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know that you could get away with that. I've seen people punch trees down, but I don't know that you can split wood that way.
Oh. Wow. But what would you do if you got in a fight with a tree?
I'd have to go get me an axe. Right tool for the job.
But you
That's one of the things about being human is that you have the ability to use tools.
Oh, you serious? Oh, what about Tim? He can use tools.
Who?
Oh, Tim. Well, I want to ask you, what would you say to them? They talk about what about Homo erectus?
Say that again.
Like these lost species of people, they said.
The Homo habilis and they're not really lost, Gigi. I don't know. I don't know everything, right? But the difference between me and Big Bad Mama is that I'll readily admit that I don't know everything. right? I admit that mine's a belief and that mine could be wrong. He's trying to say that the evidence is overwhelming. It's so readily apparent that even a monkey could understand it. And I'm sitting there like, then why are there so many people that have issues with what you're saying?
Oh,
Right? You realize that he's not even really speaking from the majority. The people that he says agrees with him are not the majority. It's just the majority of the people who are quote unquote educated, right? And so what if you are? That's not evidence for anything. That's only evidence that you all agree with the same thing because you all believe the same thing.
oh,
Literally, that's what that's evidence for. That's all it is.
oh. What would you say to Claude? He said that who should I go to for my science? Dustin or Big Bad Mama? What would you say?
I mean, I imagine that if he had a question about a rock, Big Bad Mama would be the person to answer it. But if he had a question about evolution, Big Bad Mama wouldn't be able to answer it. He'd be able to go Google it. He'd probably be able to go look it up in the library. But I don't think, like, in all honesty, people who specialize in a field have the ability to pull information from unrelated fields and say, well, this correlates because XYZ person agrees. He doesn't have the proper training in the other field to make the claim, right? And then he'll sit there and say, well, I can point to this person and that person, and they all agree with me because I agree with them, and that agreement is self authenticating, which therefore counts as evidence. No, it doesn't. It just means you guys agree. You don't point out the negative or any of the people. By that, what I mean is that you don't point out any of the people that disagree along the way, right? And that just shows that you're building an echo chamber. You want to hear a certain result based on certain information, and if it falls anywhere outside of that chart, then it's wrong, and you got to throw your sample away instead of counting it as
Oh,
data. It's bullshit, the whole damn thing, right? Like if somebody has a goal to prove something, um, it, they're going to ignore any evidence to the contrary, right? And the other thing, like Darwin, like how many readily available scientists did he have to bring into the field, right? Like we're literally dealing with his word and anybody he paid to go to the island with him.
oh,
That's what I'm serious. Like, well, I mean, can you think of something else, Gigi?
no.
No, okay. So like, oh, Darwin found this animal at this layer at this depth. I don't think he was out there by himself with a shovel and a light on his head digging in the dirt trying to find these things. I think he paid somebody else to do it, right? And just like anybody you pay, they're going to try and find a way to make more money. So they're going to report things that they think their boss wants to hear.
Oh,
Right? I mean, there's nothing too fancy about that. It's just the reality of the situation. Like if I wanted to hoax something, right, and my boss is too busy thinking about fame and fortune to realize what's really going on right in front of his face, I could probably slip some bones in the dirt. Oh, look at what I found here.
oh. Guys,
What?
do you think to be able to teach in school, do you think that they should have a PhD?
Why? Look, I dated a girl
To
who had a
teach?
master's in teaching that could go straight to college and just start teaching. She was as dumb. Dude, I don't even get me started. Teachers are not smart. Teachers are people that go to school to teach. Okay, smart people do things. Elon Musk didn't graduate. Einstein didn't graduate. Zuckerberg didn't graduate. All these millionaires, they didn't even graduate. Bill Gates didn't graduate.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I did. That's why I'm not famous or rich. Because I stuck
Oh,
with it to show that I'm better a cog than I am an inspirational thinker.
oh. What would you say to Mr. Loco?
I don't know. Bring his ass in here and we'll find out.
You take him
Yeah,
on.
I have questions for that guy. He doesn't understand simple arguments.
But he's he built his own computer technology
Yeah,
for
that doesn't
to
mean anything. So what? He's organized. He understands how components go together. He can read a schematic. That there's nothing special about that. Oh, I designed my own
I'm just
computer
joking with you.
technology. So what? You moved a transistor or you put in an extra diode somewhere? The components, there's only so many components in an electronic computer that you can use, and there's only so many combinations you can put them in, and there's only so small you can get before quantum tunneling becomes a problem. So so what? You added to the techno garbage that eventually will fail because either it's going to become outdated or there's a flaw that wasn't previously exposed that will eventually become apparent when some new function or feature needs to be exploited. I mean, yeah, so what? You know how to do things with computer parts. Let me see what that does for you when the power goes out and you're stuck in the woods.
Oh. But Dustin, is it true in the woods you could kill a bear with your
I
bare
mean, I wouldn't
hands?
use my bare hands. I'd probably use a deadfall and a snare.
Oh. But Dustin, what's that thing a few years ago? It's like you fool. Oh no.
So, Big Bad Mama, are you
Oh
denying the
no.
fact that there was land bridges at one point, that the water was low enough for the land masses to be connected by land bridge? Is that a denial that you're making?
Oh.
Hey,
Oh. Would you ever
Mr.
debate?
Logo
Go ahead.
73, bring up that stinky bullcrap to me. I'm up here on Restream waiting for you now. Just tell me where I'm wrong so I can learn how, Mr. Logo 73.
Oh.
I am so bored, I want you to come to speak to me. I think you're dumb, I'll
Would
tell
you like
you
to?
to your face. What's up, Gigi? I'll stop singing now. What's up?
Would you ever like to debate Wildheart?
Oh, he's a Lionheart. There's no debate there. He doesn't follow. Oh, Sandman.
Did you call me?
It's
I heard my
no.
song.
I was speaking to Mr. Logo.
Hi, Sandman.
Technically, yeah, that's interesting. Now I know how to summon you.
Sandman, is it true that you're a hardcore evolutionist?
Oh, evolutionist, huh?
Yeah.
Bring it on, Mr. Logo. I want you in here.
I don't think so.
I have
Little buddy.
questions.
How's your Saturday early afternoon going?
Good.
Yeah, not too bad. Well, I heard Dustin there singing the Sandman song, and something went off in my head. I'm like, oh, I gotta go. There's a calling here.
Oh no. But Sandman, what do you really think of evolution?
I think it's a bunch of beep and a bunch of beep 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 and yeah.
Oh, Rowdy Coyote?
Exactly.
Oh. Oh, is it because of Dustin?
No. But let's look at the Bible and see what
Mic drop on
if the
pooping.
evolution could explain that when the moon will stop to shine, or the sun will stop also, and the moon as well, and the stars will disappear from the skies. How would you explain that?
I don't know.
What do you mean,
Right.
as a prediction from the Bible?
Right. How
Well,
someone who believes in
how
evolution
does the Bible know that ants are female?
how does the Bible what?
How does the Bible know that the majority of ants are female? If there's a passage in the book that explains that. What is it? I think it's in. I forget the damn passage.
Oh, yeah. Kent
Anyway,
talked about that.
could you Google it for me, Gigi? And I can't remember what the passage is. Where I think they're talking to Job, and because Job is mouthing off to God, and God starts talking to Job about the ant or labor.
Okay. What part of the Bible? The part the Bible mentions ants are Proverbs 30, 24, 25. No, it's which planet and it's and Proverbs 6.68. Use spiders as humans. Oh. Oh, is that it? What do you think?
I'm sorry, say that again. I couldn't hear you. What
And it was in Proverbs.
was in Proverbs? I don't remember exactly where it was, but anyway, it is in there. What do you mean, Mr. Why don't you come in here and talk to me?
Yeah, I think it's Solomon in Proverbs 6:8, where Solomon uses the ants as an example of a creature that works hard and can endure difficult times. So
Oh, Dustin?
What?
So the Bible's talking about you? That sounds just like you.
is Dustin, I'm telling you. And if they do have an issue with the canal, the Suez Canal, I was going to say last night that we should send Dustin up there. He'll dig him up a trench like in no time and put
Pretty
another
quick.
canal right next to it. Yeah. Well,
Well,
put 10 will buy
I'll
from.
build a temporary dam and then divert the water through a trench, which will eventually cut its way into a different canal. I could
Exactly.
do that. It wouldn't be hard.
You serious? Oh, just like you. Yeah, that would be Dustin. I can imagine Dustin doing that.
Exactly.
Right,
I don't
Dustin?
know why Mr. Logo won't bring his
But
German Austrian rear end in here. I'm trying to be politically correct. You have no idea. Like I catch myself right mid sentence and I gotta stop because I'm gonna start cursing.
I feel it. I really do. I need another cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
okay. But yeah, would you love to talk to him? You could take him on with debate.
I want Mr. Logo to come in here. I don't know why he's such a coward. Come on in here, Logo. Mr. Logo 73.
Oh. But yeah, you could take him. You could take him all on. You're the mighty Dustin. You're the
Well,
Dustite. Yeah. Yeah. Do you think? What would you say to Dust? What's his name?
Logo, I'd explain, like, look, no matter how many times you try to tell me that a majority of scientists believe in evolution, the majority of scientists pale in comparison with the number of people in the world that don't understand, won't understand, have misconceptions, and that's before we even get to the religious people, right? If it's so readily apparent, right? Like for example, OJ. Nothing more complicated in this world than a murder case, because there's all kinds of evidence, there's all kinds of challenge, there's all kinds of confusing the matter, right? But it can be made so that the common man can understand. And so far, that's not the case with evolution.
Oh. What if you are evolution?
What? How would I be evolution? I don't believe that I am a change in an allelic frequency. Okay.
Oh. What would for you to believe in evolution? What would they need to show you to prove evolution?
See, again, like, it's not the idea of showing me, right? It's having a experiment, something that can be repeated, right? And demonstrated, can be cross
Oh.
examined, and under a theory, an hypothesis, and then a thesis, right? A conclusion. I want to see the steps. I want to understand the step. Once I understand it, then I can make an educated guess on whether or not what their conclusion, their thesis is saying, because I don't buy it, okay? I just don't. I don't understand how everyone just buys these things hook, line, and sinker, right? Like, I had to come through a series of very personal commitments and experiences before I came to my belief, right? And again, I readily admit that it is a belief. You guys, for XYZ reasons, are claiming that these are facts. Facts can be understood by the common man. There are many people that don't understand evolution, a lot more than the claim that they do. Can you subtle this inconsistency for me? Make it easy, concise, and clear. Explain to me, if all these people who claim to be educated say that it's so clear that a monkey could get it, how come there's so much confusion in the general population about the ideas of evolution?
Oh. Do you think? Hey, Jamie, I didn't realize you. Oh. Uh. But yeah. What would you do if you actually met Mr. Logo?
I mean, I don't have anything against him personally. I don't know. Maybe go and have dinner.
Uh, would you fight him in Mortal Kombat?
Yeah, if we had some video game paddles, sure.
Oh, that's good. But uh, but what evidence would prove evolution?
I just went through that whole thing.
Oh, well, you say why doesn't the fossil record prove anything?
I'm how what the fossil record,
Yeah,
because
but Big
you're
Bad
not
Mom.
those aren't the changes, like you're not. Why doesn't the fossil record prove anything? Because it's not really a fossil record, now is it? Can you explain to me why they found, oh, hold on a second, I gotta go Google the paper, but I forget what it was. They found a fossil like deep underwater, right? It's like, I forget where it was. But I've brought this up to Big Bad Mama before. I tried to explain. Look at how deep they're finding these dinosaur fossils. Isn't that the wrong layer? I never get an answer.
Oh. Yeah, Big Bad Mama hasn't been on stream lately.
Well, that's because I've asked him questions that he is yet to answer. He won't answer the questions. And Mr. Logo won't face me either. He's over here talking crap about, I don't understand how Dustin's equating science to magic. That wasn't even the argument. The argument was technology, right? Technology is not the same thing as science. It's not. You don't. It's not a scientific experiment. My phone is not a scientific experiment. Okay, it's a result of scientific experiments and mankind manipulating the principles underlining them to make a device, right? It's the same thing as a tool, right? You can't they're not the same thing. Definitionally, if I was to say everything, then this phone being science means everything in this world, right down to the very rocks we walk on, is science. It's manufactured, right? Like, so just like you lose definition at that point.
Oh. Do if Big Bad Mama asks you for proof for creationism?
I don't have proof of anything, Gigi. And that's my argument to him, is that neither does he. Right? He argues that this is all evidence. Like, I mean, evidence is evident, right? Made so that the common man can understand it. He's over here, I've done all this research and all these people agree. I mean, that sounds like you went to echo chambers and you reinforced your own personal beliefs. Like, that doesn't sound like research to me.
Oh. Yeah. What would you do if they found a link between humans and manatees? No. What would you do?
I mean,
Found
me
they
personally, like, look, I'll make a concession with you, Gigi. Evolution could be a completely viable
Yeah.
theory if they were to admit that we came from pigs, that our genetic line is more closer to pig than it is chimpanzee, monkey, gorilla, whatever they want to claim it is. Okay, I think they just got it wrong. I think we came from a different species. Right? It's
Oh.
possible that what they're saying is true, but I think they got one aspect of it wrong. And all my research leads me to believe that if we were related to anything, it would be the pig.
Oh.
Is that is who do you think that Bruce is your proof? I mean,
Yes.
hi Simon.
Yes, I think Bruce would stand as an excellent specimen.
Uh, yeah. Well, what do you think, Simon? Tell us from your great wisdom, Simon.
I don't know. This these guys and evolution, and it's not my thing, honestly. Gangster.
Oh. Do you think? What if they said you're the link between humans and sand? Because you're the man.
Well, that's a whole different
would you
story. You know. Yeah.
Oh.
But
But have you talked to Daniel today?
he's actually streaming right now.
Oh.
What's he screaming about?
Yes.
Not screaming, streaming. Oh, what's he streaming? His stream is about. What's his stream about?
No, I thought you said screaming.
Yeah, my bad. No.
Like, it takes a lot to get Daniel to scream. He raised his voice at me one time. Remember that?
Oh. How dare he? Gotcha.
Oh, dear.
And I was pushing it too. I was trying to get him to yell at me. I was laying in there hard.
Why do you do that for?
Why? Because Daniel is not as pious as he pretends to be. Right? I see right through that bull crap. Oh, it's just, to me, it's all fake. Right? Like, oh, I go into these these rituals and these like pompous ceremonies. Like, so what? It doesn't mean
Well,
anything.
yeah. But what about if he said he agrees with you about? Well, one thing is, do you believe in younger creationism or older creationism or middle age creationism?
I mean, creation is a sticky term, right? Because if you think about it, God separated the waters from the waters, right? The earth was void and without form. That in my mind means that creation could have happened 6,000 years ago, right? That's entirely possible. Like, life as we know it could have happened 6,000 years ago, right? Mankind has had enough population to make up history based on nothing more than idealism. Like, we've invented entire species from pig teeth, right? Pretending like it was ancient man. You think that we couldn't spin tales of millions of years? I don't know. There's no real evidence for millions of years. There's not enough fossils. I don't buy it.
Oh, uh, Sandman. What do you think? Quotes from your great wisest say, man.
So, could you make glass out of sand?
Yes.
Only sand?
No, there's other.
You can make it out of plastic.
Hmm?
You can make it out of plastic. Oh, sugar.
Sugar?
Are you there? Are you there, Dustin? Uh,
Oh no.
he always has this problem. Sorry about that, Dustin. But yeah, you can make sugar glass.
Sugar
And
glass. Yeah.
eat glass.
That's tasty.
Yeah. Well, Sandman, what do you think of Fire Truck Show last night?
That was a good show.
I went back to listen to it from the beginning. And so every question Daniel asked, he just kind of gave his opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
I kind of felt that he didn't want to step over anyone's toes to a point. Like, he doesn't want to say something that, like the things I say sometimes in streams, steps on a lot of people's toes. I don't think he wants to do that for whatever reason. I don't know what the reason, but he didn't want to step over anybody's toes with theology. So he would always say, well, in my opinion, and this is my opinion.
Oh.
So the only thing is about your opinion is that we're not asking you about your opinion. We're asking you about what theology, what your faith says, which is not yours, by the way, for you to give your opinion. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, that's a good argument. That's actually a good argument. Because he did try, like, that in my opinion is bearing false witness.
So I didn't know what to make of it. But I said, okay, well, I'm sure he's doing that for other reasons.
Well, I mean, I imagine that him and Father Charles have their disagreements, right? So maybe there are some subjects that he won't broach, or that he'll comment on, but he has to put a qualifier before he does. That's understandable. But the other thing is like we're not talking about like a little white lie. We're talking about questions of his theology. So yeah, I mean that's a conundrum right there. It's also an excellent argument.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
But I think besides that, it's just sounded like it was just, going smoothly.
Oh, that's good. Did you have fun?
Well, actually, like I said, I was listening to see if and what kind of questions would bring out what kind of answers would it bring forth, so I can then listen to the answer and say to myself, okay, is that what I believe? Is this is what my faith tells me? Like, are we in accordance? I couldn't put anything in accordance here. I mean, I did at some point. The only thing he said at some point when he asked, do you believe the unification of the Orthodox and the Catholics is a good thing? And he said, any unification is good. Like it's like saying if you come back to the faith. And then he said that the biggest issue with Catholics is I think he emphasized the biggest. So the biggest problem, according to him, was the fact that the Pope has supremacy. So he's not among equals, but he is the top guy, which makes the others not equal at all. There is no equals. If you're the top man, you're the leading man. Well, then, so if he says that is the only issue, the biggest issue, I should say, I'm not going to say the only, that's the biggest issue. I personally disagree with that. That is not the biggest issue. It's one of the issues. It's not the biggest issue.
Oh. What's the biggest?
So the biggest is, if we go back in history and we look at what they were arguing about from the beginning, was the filioque. That was the issue. The fact that he now says he is the head of the church, although Christ is the only head of the church, everybody in the church, in other words, we, the body, the clergy is also part of the body. You're not part of the head. Jesus is the head, and he's the only one. So clergy and laymen belong to the body. You see what I'm saying? So you cannot put yourself above someone inside the body. So imagine someone in the body is saying, I'm higher than you. We all pray to the same Lord. Now, the clergy has a position because they've been handed down from the beginning. So from the lineage of the apostles. So they do have that authority, but they still look up to him. You don't take the position of the Lord as the head. The Pope is taking that position as a representative on earth. And it's like saying Jesus on earth.
You cannot serve two masters.
Exactly. You can't do that. So I don't know. I could add to what he said. I could say, well, it's not the only thing. I think the filioque, I think the baptism, I think the sacraments, I think there's a lot of things that is a problem and go against the ecumenical councils and what the fathers wrote and warned us about. So there's a lot of issues. So now let's say the Catholics say, okay, well, we're coming back. We're going to come back to how we were. Then I would say, well, yeah, that's a great thing. But is that really going to happen? Now, if you're asking my opinion, and this is my opinion, but based on everything I see, I hear, and also what really spiritual people have said about this, and that is, that no, they're not going to change. They might do some superficial type changes to make it look like, you know, we're coming to some agreement, but it's not coming back to the faith that they had before the first 1,000, like within the 1,000 years. That's not going to happen. Therefore, if that's not going to happen, then you have not come back the way you should have, and you are maintaining and holding on to your heresy, and we are supposed to accept that. But they will accept it. They will accept it. Both sides will accept it. This is not me saying it. This is what, you know, very, you know, high spiritual fathers of the past have said is going to happen. It's like a foreseeing the future kind of, and saying how a lot of people will be deceived by it. But here's the other part of this. Whether they're deceived by it or not, eventually the truth will come out. Eventually.
See, and that's the other thing, is that Daniel claims that, and I believe he even says that it's his own personal issue, that he doesn't want to defer to a man telling him how he should worship, and that's his issue with Catholicism. But what it comes down to is that he doesn't defer to one man, he defers to many men and their writings from historical precedent.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, what's the difference? I'm so confused.
Well, the church fathers I think you're referring to are not, they don't have the authority that the Pope claims to have. You see what I'm saying?
Well, and in either case, you're still deferring to another man in their authority and
Sure.
placing them in between you and Jesus Christ.
Right. Here's why. Because Paul says clearly to Timothy, and leaves him the whole deposit. Remember that whole deposit of the faith conversation we had, where Paul eventually will die, but he has to hand down the deposit of the faith, the teachings, oral and written. And not only that, hand down the Holy Spirit. In other words, they have received the Holy Spirit and powers, we'll call it powers, to do things that outside of clergy cannot do.
Was not Paul one of the disciples that denied Jesus before man?
No, that was Peter.
Oh, you
I think
mean
that
when he lied about not knowing Jesus?
I think Paul did too. I think Paul lied about
That was Peter. Yeah, that was Peter. Paul was just chasing after Christians, and then he was blinded by the light and remained blinded. And he heard, "Why do you persecute me?" So that's a whole different thing. So when Paul says to Timothy, be careful who you lay your hands on, because everything that was taught to you, he passes to him. In other words, it's called an ordainment. We ordain. So they ordained the church fathers. You see what I'm saying? There's no more apostles. Apostles end at the 12 apostles plus Paul, the 13th,
right,
which we call the apostles of the Gentiles. He's the one who went out to the Gentiles. Yeah. So we ordain. So the apostles ordained the ones underneath them. They did the same thing all the way till today. That's why we look up to clergy, because they have and they come from the lineage. So we have that respect for clergy. Church fathers being included. If we look at who was under, for example, Peter, disciples. Who were the 2 or 3 disciples studying under Peter, the apostle? Who was the 2 studying under Timothy? And so on and so forth. We have the names of each and every ordained individual from the apostles. And remember, when you put the laying on the hands, you're transferring over the Holy Spirit as well. that the apostles were able to do with the Holy Spirit. Now, you remember when they received the Holy Spirit, some spoke in tongues, they raised the dead, they healed the sick at that time.
Wasn't that a dispensation?
It was something that happened at that time. We don't call it, you can call it like a dispensation, but it's not. It's not looked at as a dispensation. It was just something that occurred for the apostles. And then everything afterwards, what those who are ordained received was the power to perform baptism so that the people could receive the Holy Spirit the same way they did then, the sacraments, the prayers over the body and blood of Christ in the Eucharist, that too. The Bible says they would gather on the first day to break bread. So in other words, to offer communion. Like Jesus says, here, take, eat, this is my body. So they did the same thing from then till now. That's where the sacraments come in. So, but that comes with the Holy Spirit. What unites two people together in marriage?
Holy matrimony.
Right. With the prayers said at the liturgy or mass or sermon, whatever you want to say. We call it liturgy.
And to be properly married, you cannot invite the government into your marriage. That spot is reserved for Christ and the Holy Spirit.
Exactly.
Amen.
Exactly. So therefore, everything that comes, what we call a sacrament, comes with the Holy Spirit, which the priest, or I will go back to the apostles, or I will go forward to the fathers, all had, because they received it. It was transferred to them. That's why me, you, and anyone else can't just say, hey, listen, why don't you just come to my house? I'll marry you. Because I have not, you see what I'm saying? Like, you can't do it. You can't just pick up anyone and say, hey, listen, you want to be a pastor? That's why we have a problem.
I mean, there was a time when that was acceptable. It's not today.
What's not acceptable?
I mean, there wasn't exactly like you had a lot of people you could pick from, right? And not every time your pastor was in town. So the holy matrimony thing was not exactly done proper, but you can have a step or fill in. I mean, look at the marriage the way it is today.
What would you say to Mr. Logo?
I want Mr. Logo to come in here.
I'm actually not looking at the chat. What is Logo saying?
He says, how do you define the Holy Spirit?
What do you mean, how do you define the Holy Spirit? It's the third person of the Godhead, the Holy Spirit. Now, are there other spirits? Maybe he's referring to, maybe are there other spirits that that nudge us, that are, that also, let's say, circulate. For example, if someone says, I've been guided, or I've been, smacked up, woken up by the Spirit to come to the Lord. That's not the same Holy Spirit. That's not the Holy Spirit, which is part of the Godhead. What the apostles passed down was the Holy Spirit.
Have you ever astrally projected?
So, you know what I mean?
You're not answering the question.
You talking to me, Dustin?
Yes.
Oh, thought you were talking to the chat. What'd you say?
No, I'm asking you, have you ever astrally projected?
Astrally projected. Explain.
So, if you picture a place in your mind, you can project yourself there.
Okay.
Right? Astral projection. That's
Okay.
what that is. Have you ever done that?
Not really.
I think Mr.
Where
Logo was.
where is your knowledge of the spirits coming from? Was this just strictly the Bible research, or are you
Yes.
pulling your experience?
No,
Are you
not
sure?
For me, not for me. From the teachings of the church, the teachings of the Bible.
See, that's what there. Do you agree that there's witchcraft in the church?
No, I don't. Not in our
You
church.
don't. Okay.
And to be fair, if there are, because there's a lot of things going on in the church, like literally with clergy. Now, to say, are there also witchcraft? I don't know any. I haven't heard of any scandals like that. But if there were,
Well,
I
I'll
would
tell
be the
you
first
one thing. Jesus didn't turn over the tables in the temples because they were all following days any different from then. You're insane.
You cut out, Dustin.
I said Jesus didn't turn over the tables and whip people in the temple because they were following the rules. If you think today is any different, you're insane.
Oh, okay.
What if
But you said something about, you said something satanic, right? Ritual. You said something else. What do you mean? Like, explain. And when Jesus turned over the tables, why are you referring to that? Maybe I misunderstood you.
are you there, Sam? Doesn't. It's gonna go crazy and start getting us.
So the temples that Jesus was visiting were practicing unholiness.
They were practicing selling.
Which is unholy.
It's unholy in the temple.
Right.
That's right.
Correct. Yes. No. Yes or no. Yes.
I see where you're going with this.
Okay. So if you think today is any different,
Right.
you're insane. All right. And if you
This
think
is-
your church, if you're so daft as to think that your church doesn't have an agreement with the government because they're considered a corporation and that they're tax exempt, and that somehow that your church is sacrosanct, you're insane. You're insane. You have a problem with what you're thinking, because that preacher that's up on the pulpit, he has a certain segment of words that he's to leave alone and stay away from. He has a certain segment of life that he's not to comment
I was going to bring it
on.
somewhere else.
He has rules about what he. That's the bottom line there. Okay, that's not a church. I'm sorry to tell you this. There is witchcraft in your church. They've signed agreements. Okay, you cannot serve two masters. That's the bottom line. I know contracts.
So here's what I was going to say when you said that. I was going to say, yeah, are they selling still today in churches? Which is wrong.
Yep, they absolutely are. They're selling an image. They're selling an idea. They're selling an agreement to the government in order to stay tax exempt. That never used to be the case. The church, the king used to come and tax the church all the time. They were never exempt from church taxes.
No, I didn't mean that, Dustin. I meant like back with the money changers.
What do you think I'm talking about?
The money changers and selling items and selling this or selling that within the grounds of the temple, which wasn't even the Holy of Holies. It was in the third level of the temple. Imagine that. Not even like close up to the Holy of Temples, but to the third. They call it the third level of the temple. And now when I heard you say that, I said, he's probably referring to what the church does today, where they sell stuff in the church.
They do
Like,
do that.
they sell
But that's not.
clothing and
But
they
that's.
sell
But that's neither
food.
here nor there. Like even a part of the chapel, they have like donation spots where they turn around and they sell stuff at a, like, I mean, but that's
Oh, yeah, he broke out.
But
So they do sell stuff, and that's forbidden. They're not allowed doing it, but they do it.
yeah, I've been to churches that sell or have
Yeah, you're breaking up too.
restaurants there.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I've been to ones that had restaurants and toys for kids.
no. What I'm talking about is selling influence into the church. You give the church a special exempt status where they don't pay taxes on the income that they take. And in return, the church cannot preach on certain subjects. They have to leave certain things alone. They have to make inclusions for diversity hires. They have all these hidden agreements.
I would say
Try and tell me I'm wrong, Sandman. Please try and tell me I'm wrong.
I would tell you Masonry has penetrated the churches. CIA has penetrated the clergy.
What is all that? Is that not witchcraft?
I wouldn't call it witchcraft. I mean, it's all bunny, right?
They call it tradecraft. They call it craft. Go ahead and look it up. Whenever you're dealing with a CIA or any kind of a federal government agent, you're dealing with some kind of a craft.
Yeah. Yeah. And to what level? I know they have penetrated, but to what level? Well, one thing is for sure, that eventually, this will come to an end.
You don't get an exempt status where you get to keep money where other people are supposedly supposed to pay it for absolutely nothing. You are selling influence into the church. Now, if that's not money changing, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I know where you're taking it. Now, what they should be doing, because they're exempt, is because they help a lot of people, or they should be helping people. And
they don't. Go ahead and open the books of your local church. It's probably public because they have what's known as a trading option. They have an untapped budget, a vast untapped budget of coffer money, and the reason they have to have it there is because they treat it as a security and take loans out against it. That's how you spend money tax free. Most of those loans are forgivable. Some of them are not. But that's how that works. Yeah. You know what I'm talking about. You're a finance man. Securities is how you take out loans, because you have a bank account that's solvent. You take it out as an interest loan against that money. And sometimes, based on the exempt status of the business, they can just forgive the loan. You know this. You know this for a fact.
Sure. But here's the thing you have to remember. Keep this in mind. You being part of the church, whatever the clergy is doing, whoever penetrated, whatever they're trying to sell you on whatever ideas, you being knowledgeable enough to understand. And this is the big issue that I have with a lot of conversations, is that I don't agree with a lot of stuff that some of the clergy is talking about today. I just don't. I have issue on it. But the issues of the finance, the penetrations, and who's doing what and why they're doing it, honestly, it's not what I think about when I go to church.
I can't deal with this. You not being a part of the solution means you're helping the problem. That is a fact.
Well,
you're over here telling me that it doesn't matter,
hold on,
right?
Justin, hold on. It's a sacrament I go and take, right? So I go and take the Lord, but you're saying to me, now that you know or have known the infiltration and the corruption in the church, do not go and take the sacrament.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I did not say that. Stop! Don't put those words in my mouth.
But that's what I am saying. I will not prevent myself from going and receiving because of what is happening, which I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that is not what will prevent me from going.
What stops you from creating your own church?
You can't do that.
Why?
Oh, that comes with clergy acceptance, patriarch acceptance.
Right? You got to have the full thing, right? Because it's required by business practices today. Not because there's any real reason for it. Because churches, like you said, used to be practices where? Underground, right? And why was that? Because of oppression. Give me a break. Give me a break, Sandman. Now you're making excuses. It doesn't make sense.
No, what I'm saying is, if you hear me out, I don't look at those things. I don't concentrate on those things. What you're saying is correct, but I don't let those prevent me. Now, there are some things that will prevent me from now participating. According to finances and penetration and bad clergy, you know what I'm saying? Inspired by demonic forces is something that the Lord will deal with. I will deal with what I have to deal with for my salvation. And that's it. Later on, for example, the unity that we were talking about. When that happens, if I see that my church accepts the unity, and now I'm seeing like all these things happening, I'm out. I'm gone. I will not support that. Because now what we're doing is we're not talking about finances, we're not talking about CIA penetration and infiltration. We're talking about now the betrayal of the faith is right in your face. And that's when I walk. I do not support that. That's when I walk, Dustin. Basically.
I mean, I don't know how else I could explain this. Can you show me the church that's exempt from that ideal? Like I don't. The only one I can think of is the one, like you said, that was underground. Unfortunately, though, that's where satanic temples are built. So I don't know which way to go from there, buddy. If you don't want to acknowledge the problem, and you're going to contribute to the problem because I assume you tithe.
What do you mean tithe?
Tithe. Do you put into the offering plate?
Oh, okay. Like sow your seeds type thing. Yeah, sure. I donate.
Yeah. See, that's. I don't know how. I can't explain any further. Like, yeah, you see that if you don't think that that's a form of money changing, I don't know how else to explain this. Like,
but I know what you're saying. I agree with what you're saying. But should I not buy that candle and say a prayer for you, Dustin? And say,
yes,
Lord,
I would prefer that you went out to the field, either harvested beeswax or fermented cow cheese. Do it the old-fashioned way. If you really felt like doing it, I imagine that would be the better way to do it.
I could do it here in my house. I have candles.
Right. But that's not what I meant, okay? I'm just trying to get you to understand what I'm saying.
I know, but
right?
who's watching over you is the Lord. Lord
right?
sees this. Everything you're talking about, the Lord sees what's going on in the church. He sees everything. Right?
I imagine he does. That's not the problem.
So he sees you going, he sees you paying money, he sees you donating to the church for whatever they supposed expenses. Okay, that's fine. That's what you're doing it for. You are giving to support the clergy, to support the church, the renovations, the whatever they need. That's from your heart, that's how you're giving your money. The candle that you buy, and I put it there right next to the icon, and I say a prayer for you. That comes from the heart. The Lord.
Are you familiar with the USAID programs that are being shut down as of what we were speaking?
No.
Okay. how much do you want to bet that the financing that went down for 9/11 was provided for by a USAID program? I'll put money. I will bet it against everything you have in your bank account right now, Sandman.
Mm-hmm. I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all.
Okay, so what I'm trying to explain to you here is that whenever the enemy has something nice, the best prudent course of action is to attack that point wherever the nice thing is.
What do you think, ZD? Hi, ZD.
Hey, gangster. What's up, Dustin and Sandy?
Hey, what's up,
I'm
man?
gonna be interrupt.
Yeah. Is Daniel
Have you been listening?
Just like the last 5 minutes.
So I know what you're saying, Dustin. I know. I don't concentrate. I don't think about that as much.
You can't. Well, see, that's the thing, though. Sandman is like, I don't have the luxury of not thinking about it that way. I don't know. You even understand these principles. You understand what I'm talking about. You know that there's a legal and a financial basis for everything I'm saying.
Sure, I agree.
Right? Okay. But what you don't know is that it has infected the church and that the church is using these things in anything other than what would be considered a Christianly manner.
Right. Now, does that affect you or does it affect
Yes, it absolutely does. I mean, what do you mean does that affect me?
Okay.
When they're exercising their authority as a power block, and they flex it in the terms of financial muscle, then what they're essentially doing is they're manipulating the leverage of the US dollar to influence what would otherwise be God's will. And in most cases, when men are praying, they pray against man's or God's will unknowingly, and in probably all cases.
Okay. Now let's bring it back to you, the person who goes to church. Knowing all this and going to church, why do you go to church? Or let's say something better. Knowing all this and still going to church, how does that affect you?
How does it affect me? Because I do not wish to serve two masters. And another thing is anytime you have a large gathering of individuals, you cannot deny that there's an element of peer pressure amongst individuals in order to act or behave a certain way that would lend you to being manipulated in the future.
Okay. So when you go to church, do you feel that manipulation?
Oh, absolutely. Everybody does. Anybody who's denying it is just not being honest with themselves.
Should that prevent you from going to church and lighting a candle and maybe going and doing what you have to do?
Should it prevent me? I mean, in what facet are you using? What do you mean by should?
Should you, knowing all this, say to yourself, I'm not going to support it, therefore I will not go to church?
Do you understand the meaning? Or, well, okay, I'll put it a different way. Do you understand how a stampede works?
Exactly. No. I've been to
Okay,
a stampede.
so let's pretend you and I are in a rush to get into a store because it's Christmas Eve and there's certain toys we need to get to.
Oh, that kind of stampede. Okay.
Okay, now let's say a few rows ahead of us, there's a little girl that nobody notices, and we all rush in that direction and trample her to death. Can you imagine a scenario where I would feel more guilty than you did?
I can see how you can feel guilty finding out that the little girl was killed because everyone, right.
So if I don't lend my energy to that particular group of people, does that absolve me of the responsibility?
Again, It's even if you were there and you were part of the group.
No, if I wasn't there at all, if I don't go, then that little girl has one more chance that she can maybe make it. If I'm not lending my energy to that wave of people who may or may not understand that their intention has evil consequences.
Yeah, well,
I just want to let you guys know this is a fascinating convo between you guys. Very.
If I'm not,
it's deep
if
and
I'm not,
philosophically rich.
if I do not lend my money to a church where I understand that there's agreements in the back end that have nothing to do with God's will, then I'm not contributing to a system where a church can be manipulated on the back end against God's will.
right. But here's the other thing to remember is that you cannot control everything just because you don't participate. Doesn't mean the effect.
I can't control anything, but my participation is mandatory. That doesn't make any sense. Oh.
Whether you were at the store going to buy that TV on special and everyone was rushing and ran over and stepped on and killed a little girl was not something just because you were there. You look at it like, oh, I'm part of the issue. I'm part of the fault. She died. Not really. That's what I mean. That there's certain things you do not control.
And therein lies the witchcraft that I am accusing the church being a part of. Oh, it's not our fault. It's not our fault. We're just doing our thing, and the consequences be what they are, right? Unforeseen circumstances, right? Is that the argument that you're trying to make?
So you have to put your attention on what you have to do. You cannot control the outcome just because you're doing something or going somewhere or, if I wasn't there, like you said, that probably wouldn't have happened. That's what you're saying, that if you were not there. But for some reason,
stop putting words in my mouth. Stop putting words in my mouth. I asked you a question. I didn't say that. You have yet to even answer that question. You keep making excuses.
I'm just telling you, there's circumstances you cannot, by not participating.
Unforeseen circumstances. Look, no, that's not true. That's not true.
So you can change
Sandman
by your participation or non-participation is what you're saying.
Absolutely. The less energy there is behind a certain set of circumstances, the less catastrophe, the less opportunity for something to.
Okay. Were you at the Las Vegas shootings and were you there?
He'd be back. This ain't messing up.
Oh, okay.
Hi, Zedon. How's your day today, gangster?
I'm having a good day. What about you guys?
What's up? Did you have your coffee yet, bro?
I have. Why did we lose Dustin? What happened?
Oh, he cuts up once in a while.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, nice show today, gangster.
Oh, thank you.
But Z, do you understand what I'm saying? Like that you cannot change things just because of your. So and he wants to say that if everyone does the same thing, so me, you, Dustin, everyone stops participating, we will change things. But you can't, because something else will happen. Guess what? That little girl who was in the store didn't get tramped on from people because there was nobody there. But guess, that little cleaner that goes around? Well, that at that moment came to clean that spot and hit the girl instead. Did you really change anything?
That place is dangerous. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I wouldn't even go there.
Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, we changed the cause of death.
Yeah. What about the shootout? Were you there? You were not there at the Las Vegas shooting?
No, I wasn't there.
At the country.
I know what you're talking about.
Were you able to prevent that because you didn't go? Or if you wanted to go but you didn't go, would that shootout still happen?
Well, I know I didn't get shot because I didn't go.
True.
So yeah, I did change something about it.
No, what I meant was because you used a girl as an analogy, that some girl got stepped on and killed by a stampede of people going to buy a flat screen 50 or 78 inch or whatever.
That's not even like you're missing the point of my question there. It wasn't even about changing something. What I asked you about was, did I absolve myself of responsibility? Right? Like that's a completely different question than what you're trying to saddle me with right now.
Okay, so let's go to the other side of the spectrum here. Tell me what you do today that actually is making a change because you're not doing it or not going to.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Well, I'll put it this way: in a hypothetical, let's say me and my girlfriend are having an argument, and there's a temporary restraining order. Am I not causing a positive by producing a negative of my presence?
Who says your president not being present is a negative? Why is
that's
it?
not that's not the issue, because well, she doesn't want me there or the government doesn't want me there. Either way, I am both serving my own needs and the needs of someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Is that not a positive?
It's a positive to the other party. To you,
right.
Maybe,
right, but that's a positive. To me, it doesn't matter, because that I can consider a cost.
Okay.
Right. So I mean, and either in any other combination of the ways, what you're looking at is having a negative presence in a bad situation is always a positive, because you weren't there to create an influence.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Two people.
So, like, for example, if that lady was never there, then she would have never been in that bad situation. Right. See, what you're trying to do is absolve the individual of the responsibility of putting themselves in that position in the first place.
Mm-hmm. And what now we're talking about, like, church and salvation issues here, because those issues, if your way of thinking prevents you from going and receiving and participating, would be a negative for you, regardless of what is running behind. You see what I'm saying?
Why is it necessary for me to give of my energy and presence to something that you and I both clearly agree is not serving God's will?
Because God sees what's going on. Not only you, but God sees. But God also sees what you're trying to do for your salvation. So he sees that too.
You think that my action of going into a church building is signaling to God that I am after his salvation, and that somehow my conversating with you is anything other than that same signal?
I don't know where you're taking it now, but
it was a legitimate question. Am I not seeking God in this conversation the same way I would seek God by walking into a church building, which is paid for by tax dollars and being manipulated out of the clergy? It's a simple question.
Yeah. You're seeking God in this conversation, his words, what he taught, maybe, but what you don't get in this conversation is what the church can give you.
What? A hole in my pocket?
A hole in your pocket. So, okay, that candle does cost you $2. Okay. But the Lord sees that you lit it, and you ask for strength, and you ask for forgiveness, and maybe you're offering a prayer for someone who you know is sick. Example. God sees that. The guy in the back who sold you the candles is saying exactly what you said earlier. Hey, we made another $2. Cool. If we can only have another 100 come in today.
That's not even the issue, right?
Right.
Like the
But
$2 that comes out of my pocket's not as big as a problem as the idea that they turn around and make a profit off of it.
that's not
That's the
why.
issue.
Right. It's not your issue though. It shouldn't be your issue.
How is it not my issue? Yeah, it's not, because I refuse to participate. I agree.
If you don't participate, then
If
the
I
devil.
don't pay into your system. Oh, I don't want to give of my energy to something I disagree with. Okay, you and I both agree that it's not right. That a tax exempt status for a church is not correct and proper. But you want to turn around and pretend that my energy and my presence and my money are all mandatory, and yet you only can point to God, which you agree that these acts are against his will. Make it make sense, Sandman.
Against his will. Who's doing it? You or them?
Them. It's against his will. I cannot serve two masters. I will not be sacrosanct to a man's will.
Okay. So that's their issue, not yours, right?
Am I going to listen to them? Are they able to influence my decisions based on their sermon?
No. The sermon is...
No. Oh, no. Okay, so there's no such thing as peer pressure. There's no...
No. Church, I don't know. Maybe you can explain to me, like, what do you feel when you go? You feel a pressure?
Oh, I feel... Yes, I do. I feel a peer pressure. I feel a judgment. I feel...
I don't.
All
Maybe
the things...
I don't understand what you're saying is because I don't feel these things when I go to church.
Well, I don't know how to explain what it is that you feel, but I do know that you tithe.
I give money. I help.
Right.
I give it with the intention.
So, and there's no pressure there, right? There's no pressure for you to put money in the offering plate.
Oh,
so why do you do it?
I do it because I can do it. And I do it because I want to help. And believe me, between you and me, it's not a lot of money, Dustin.
No, it's not. It doesn't. Look, actually, it doesn't have to be. You want to know why? Yeah. Because the dollars you're putting in there can be spent as a dollar. The dollar as it sits in your wallet is probably worth 50 cents.
Probably, yeah.
Right. So go ahead and tell me that it's not a lot of money, because to them it's a lot more.
Yeah,
it's a lot more than what it's worth in your pocket. That's for sure.
I understand, and that's fine. But here's the thing: that doesn't matter what they do, how they look at it, the finances, the accounting, that infiltration. This is not for me to think about. I go, and the Lord sees why I go. The Lord sees what I'm doing. I'm putting the effort to go. I'm putting the effort. I'm buying candles. I'm giving the church money. It's not a lot of money. It's like $5, honestly. Others put 20. Others put 10.
Others put thousands because they write it off.
No, they don't. Those
are maybe... Don't lie to me. Don't lie to me, Sandman. That'll set me off. You know for a fact donations to churches are tax deductible.
They are, actually. You're right, because I did.
Then don't lie to me, Sandman. You know for a fact that some of those checks in there are worth thousands of dollars.
What I meant was the Sunday liturgy when you go. I'm not talking about someone who is dying and donates $50,000 to the church. That I agree with you. I'm talking about when you go to church on Sundays. That's what I mean. That money too is exempt.
Yeah, every dime that goes into that basket is exempt. Every single dime, which means it's spent at its full power, especially if you have someone handling the accounting. This is the issue, Sandman, and you refuse to tackle it. You keep telling me that my presence and my energy and my participation and my money are all mandatory, but you can't get around the fact that my energy is used against God's will from that point.
Because the problem is there's a little separation between you and the clergy. Okay,
there's no problem there. It's my energy. There's no separation. That's my money. There's no separation. It's my time. There's no separation. It's my worship. And if it doesn't go to God,
No.
Then what's the point in stepping in that
The separation is not between
building?
is between you and the Lord. There's no separation. Okay? What
You're
the
not
clergy
listening
does
to me,
on the Bible-
Sandman. You're not listening. You're flat out not listening. You won't listen. If my energy, my time, my money turns
Yes.
around and is being used against the will of God to profit another man, which is exactly what it is, you cannot lie. You cannot try and squirm your way out of this. That's what it is. I'm claiming that is witchcraft. I'm claiming that is what Jesus was turning over the tables in the temple for. And you cannot defeat these claims. You can't
Okay.
do it.
All right. So let's say I cannot defeat these claims. Now let's take it to the next step. What do we do? Do we go to church or not?
I made this as clear as I possibly could. We make our own church.
We make
Right,
our
and we make our own church. We devoid ourselves of all requirements from the government. We make ourselves separate and independent from the government, and we make our own church.
Who's going to be the clergy?
Anybody who volunteers.
Anybody who volunteers, but that's not allowed.
In your church, maybe.
True. But now you're talking to someone who doesn't think like you in terms of clergy and churches, and so maybe
that's 100% of everybody, 100% of the time.
Well, no, not 100% of the time. No. You mean people
I
in
doubt
here?
if there's anybody in the chat, anybody on this panel that actually agrees with me.
Well,
even though I'm right.
Zealot would disagree. Who?
Bird or pie.
Bird or pie?
Oh, he's the perfect person to come here. He's got a 501c3 personally assigned to him and his father.
I am the president of it.
Yeah.
Zealot, are you here? Or maybe it's over at Burning.
Are you here?
Yeah.
Oh, there you are.
Can anybody just go and open up a church? I'm not talking Protestants, Orthodox, and Catholics. Like me and you. Let's go.
Yeah, my opinion on that's not going to change Dustin's mind.
No, I that's fine, but we're just saying, like, there's an order in the clergy, the bishops, the archbishops, the patriarchs. There's an order in where they set up churches, and everything else. Protestants can go and, like Dustin says, open up a church and not involve anybody and just do our own thing. We don't do that. We have order in the church.
Order in the church. Oh,
order in the church.
Order in the church.
Order in
I
the court.
order fries.
Your Honor, I object. So here's the thing, Dustin. When I go to church, here's the thing. I know what you're saying, and I know what you're saying is true, and I know it's happening, and I'm not happy about it. That's the truth in my heart. I know this. But the Lord knows I am going to light a candle so I can say a prayer for you and anyone else that I want to pray for, or I want, this candle to be dedicated to, and to take the sacraments, which the Lord commands me to do.
Look, I'm going to stop you right there, Sandman.
Hold
I'm
on,
going to counter all right.
And then, and after and beyond that point, what they did with my $2 or $5 or $7 that it ends up being by the end of the service, $2 for the candle, or maybe I buy 3 candles, that's $6 plus another 5 that I might put in a tray, or 10.
I'll have 4 candles.
That's close to 20. That's close to $20. If everyone did that times 150 people who come, or 100 people, whatever it is, doesn't matter. Like, what they do for me is I did what I had to do, and that's how I look at it, and then I leave.
Can I speak now?
Sure.
Your argument will hold 1 ounce of water. The second that what is it? The Church of Evolution stopped being a thing. Those churches are not churches, but they get the same status as a church. If you're telling me that both the Satanic Church and the Catholic Church are held at the same status in this country, in my mind, that's telling me that they are the same thing. Same exact tax exempt status. Same status, same legal filings, same paperwork, same signing of agreements. Same, exactly the same. Go ahead. Try and defeat that argument.
Don't try to defeat it. Don't try to defeat what's going on. Just do what you have to do, is what I'm saying.
Dude, I'm just saying, you guys have spent a lot of time in these church buildings, and they've had a lot of time to infiltrate and pervert the use and purpose of the church. And your ignorance to it now is only further evidence that you like what's going on. I can't call it any other way. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense to me. Why you admit that this is going on? You admit that it's bad. You admit that Jesus tried to stricken it from the temple, but the practice today holds no consequence, no sway. You're going to continue to support this machine with your energy, your time, and your money, your sacrament, right? And give it your blessing instead of living under the word of God as you claim to. I mean, can you come up with a more clear example of hypocrisy?
Well, if that's hypocrisy, I'd rather be a hypocrite and receive the sacraments that the Lord commands us to do than to stay away because of what they do in the back room, basically. See what I'm saying?
I have
the Lord,
Brian.
Don't forget.
Hey, let Gangster go speak.
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
What do you think about what
I don't really know what the conversation is.
Do you know
what is the discussion about?
Sammy?
Yeah, we're just discussing whether or not to support the institution, the corrupt.
Oh, like whether like you should support like an organized kind of thing.
Whatever it is, a church, an organization, a denomination.
Well, you know, it's weird. Like I do have a 501c3, but I almost regret ever getting incorporated because all it has caused me is headaches. I almost wish I never would have even incorporated.
Why?
Well, you can undo it if you want.
I've actually considered undoing it.
Sure.
And I paid like $70-something $100 just to get it all set up good, and I kind of hate it.
Yeah, but now we're at the point where I say, so what should we do? Should we not go and receive the sacraments and pray to the Lord because of what they're doing? In other words, which force do you want to have dominate over you? The demonic?
Oh, is Dustin's whole thing that he hates that people give him money? Is that what it is?
No, it's what they're doing with it and what they're feeding us and the whole CIA penetration and masonry and everything.
So when you're a church and you sign one of those 501c3 agreements, there's certain things you're not allowed to say. There's certain sermons you're not allowed to preach.
Actually, I can tell you from experience that's not true.
You can't tell me from experience,
Dustin,
because not every agreement is the same. That doesn't mean anything. That means you have.
It means a lot.
It really doesn't.
No, but wait.
So you're telling me that if a church comes up with a sermon or there's an issue with something they're saying, that it doesn't threaten that status? You're telling me there isn't audits of these things?
I've never been audited.
Well, I mean, do you have your own church building, or do you go from church to church?
I've had services in formal buildings.
Do you answer the question? Do you have your own church building, or do you go to church? Answer the question.
Services in formal buildings.
Do you have your own building, or do you go from church to church? Answer the question. Do you have your own building, or do you go from church to church? Answer the question.
I've had formal church services.
So you don't have your own church building, yes or no?
I've had formal church services.
So you don't have your own church building, yes or no?
At times I've had.
So you don't have your own church or building, yes or no? I don't know how many times. Why can't you just answer the damn question? Why can't you just say yes or no?
You're getting your own medicine, are you?
Are you going to answer the question or
Yeah,
not?
you used to getting your own medicine, are you?
Do you have your own church building? Yes or no?
Okay, I'll answer the question. At times, we've had like these formal services at professional buildings. Does that answer the question?
No, it doesn't, because it doesn't say if it's yours or not.
What does it mean to be yours?
To have your name on a lease and or property deed.
That's not how corporations work.
For the love of God, what is it then? You mean having your business name on the name or the lease?
Most of the time, churches have property in the name of a corporation.
Right. Yes, that's generally how it works.
You
But
say
then
right, yes, as though you understand it.
I do understand. I
But I
just
like
said it,
really
didn't
have one
I?
of these like in real life though.
Like,
Like I
what
didn't
I'm
just read
saying
about it.
is, when it comes down to liability, who's the one's head on the line when it comes down to it?
If they can pierce the corporate veil, then the first person in line
Yes.
is the president.
Or
What do you mean
or if the president is unavailable and or he has a defense for the time being, where does the liability fall then? The owner of the property, right?
Well, that the corporation is the owner. The president's the chief officer of the
No,
corporation.
look, because then you have to go
Dustin, I don't think you really
layer
understand this
deeper.
like you think you do.
I don't think you understand how to
You don't
change
think
a
I
baby's
understand
diaper, and
something that I have?
I don't think, I really don't. I really don't. I've seen
Does anybody else
lawsuits.
here think that
I
Dustin knows more about a
can you
corporation
file
than a
an
corporate
affidavit?
officer?
Can you file an affidavit? Or do you have that authority under your church?
Yes.
You do.
I'm the
Okay. What is
president
that?
of the
What kind of
corporation.
what kind of an officer does that make you?
Explain to me what a 501c3 is, Dustin.
A 501c3 is an agreement for a tax exemption.
Nope, sure is not.
And incorporation, it absolutely is.
No, it isn't.
It
You can
changes
actually
your
have full
status.
tax exempt
It
status without being 501c3.
you could do that, yes, but
Hold on,
then what was the
I'm
point in
educating you,
fine?
son. Take notes. I'm helping you out
No,
here.
you still have to put filings in, don't you?
You are supposed to file quarterly if you're over a certain size.
Oh, so I don't know anything about what I'm
Take
talking.
notes, Dustin. You might learn something.
No, whatever, dude.
Don't you think, Christian, the important thing here is more, do you go light that candle? Do you pay into what Dustin is saying, that the corrupt system
Well,
behind?
I don't totally disagree with Dustin because it is true that a lot of organizations under the guise of religion manipulate people's sentiment for that religion to misuse funds. That certainly happens, and I agree with him that that happens. But I also agree with you that the answer can't just be throw your hands up and give up.
Exactly. You
I
cannot.
imagine you wouldn't, because that's your bread and butter and how you make money.
Yeah, they
No,
have to
well,
make
Right.
money.
no, okay. Well, yeah, because
Right.
now you're
Oh,
talking.
okay. So
It
you're having
costs me
these
a lot of money.
children, and there's no way to pay for the diapers.
Well,
Right.
Dustin, I work full time.
Yeah,
No,
maybe. I
Dustin,
don't
Yeah.
know.
do you understand the
You
point?
don't know if I work full time?
Maybe.
Is
I
this the
asked,
defense?
I don't know
I asked
anything
Dustin.
about you, dude. I don't even know if you're a Calvinist or a Satanist, buddy.
I
I
may
know
not
you've
even
said things
exist,
to me
Dustin.
and
What
then
if I don't
denied
even
it
exist?
later. Yeah, that's
That's never
possible. I
happened.
don't know. I don't know
Well,
anything
that
about
never
you,
happened.
bro. And
We,
to be honest with you, I
Dustin,
don't personally want to. But
Sounds like you want to. You
what was
sound
that,
interested.
Sandman? No,
we don't
not
need to.
really.
I'm kind of
I
interested.
just asked, should you stop going to church because of this?
No, a person should go where they feel like God wants them to go. And if the leadership is doing something wrong, they should do what they can to try to intervene.
If you cannot, or you're not aware of what's going on, or you have a clue but you're not really sure, really, is that where your focus should be? Or should it be, I'm going to church to pray to the Lord? The Lord sees what you're doing, right? The Lord
I see the
sees what.
kinds of people. I see the kind of people that go to church, right? And I see the kind of people that associate with the kind of people that go to church. And like, I mean, look, the reality is, no matter who you're dealing with, it's a human being. They're prone to sin. There's all kinds of possibility. And with every new person you introduce to your life, there's a degree of uncertainty. That's just the reality.
It is, but the Lord says, this, and this. And so Dustin goes and does this, and this. Now, does the priest or the clergy sin? Sure, they're human. They have their own sins. We have our sins. We're also human. We all need forgiveness, right? So this is not the issue. The issue is you go take care of your spiritual matters, because that at the end of the day is what's important. You see, if you come to the end of times and you're one-on-one with the Lord, you don't tell the Lord, I didn't go to your house because, and I didn't take sacraments as you told me to, because you know why, Lord. You know why. You know that corrupt stuff that they're doing.
What's an EIN number, Christian? And do
An
you have
EIN
one?
number is the equivalent to Social Security number for a corporation.
Right, and that's how you pay yourself
You didn't
off of
expect me
a
to know that,
50.
did you? You didn't expect
I
me to know that, did
absolutely
you?
no. I actually expected. No, I absolutely expected you to know that.
You want to try another one?
Because,
No, but are you guys now corporate talk, or what is that where
well,
we're at now?
no, I'm
No,
just
I mean,
gonna
if you,
ask him like what corporation pays him that he has to claim under that
I have
number.
never received a payment from the corporation.
You've never received a payment from the corporation. Have you ever
Not
had a
once.
write off?
I have put a lot of money into it though.
So you've claimed write offs at the end of the year?
Never claimed write-offs, not once.
Not once.
I don't believe in it. I don't believe in claiming donations as write-offs.
Why don't I believe you? What about
I
your
have books.
corporation? Does that corporation claim it as a write off?
Well, the way that nonprofits work is all you have to show when you file taxes is that all of the money that went into the account went back out and was not saved over.
Right. So that there's no like leftover and like so there's no
Correct.
quote unquote profit, right?
Correct.
Or they would I think the tax man would qualify it as waste, which is what you would receive a fine for.
Correct. That's actually right.
Yeah. So I'm not as uneducated as you're trying to claim.
Well, that's the first one you've hit on so far.
The first one I've hit on so far. Actually, if you go back and listen, I've been talking about this for a while. So
What is like what are the brass tacks that we're trying to get down to?
the issue that I have with it is, in my opinion, right, because I'm sure you're going to come up with some back ass word scripture that you're going to read out of context to make it say what you want to,
Maybe.
that is tantamount to money changing in the temple, and in my opinion is witchcraft.
Hold on, wait. What is tantamount to? I don't understand.
Never mind, Christian, I really don't want to talk to you about this. This wasn't a
Probably
conversation I
because
was
you don't
having
know
with you.
about it.
Maybe you're right. Maybe it doesn't mean anything to me that you think that.
Maybe.
I don't give a flying kite, bro. I
People who
don't.
don't give a flying kite don't kind of keep bringing it up.
Well, I wasn't talking to you about it. I was talking with Sandman about
You
it.
did start talking to
So
me about it.
no, you got brought into the conversation by Gangster Ghost, if memory serves me correct.
I think that is originally correct. He did bring me to the conversation.
Oh no, you don't
But
need to
probably as an
apologize.
expert witness.
As an expert in what?
Right now, corporate language.
Oh.
Corporate language. Right, you're an expert.
Well, Sandman. You know they made a Sandman TV show?
did they?
Yeah, based on your life when you became the Sandman.
Wow. Yeah.
The DC
Have
version.
you ever been possession of contraband?
Yeah.
Oh
Christian,
yeah.
do you know
You
what that
have?
Hold on,
is?
what was the question?
Contraband?
What was the question?
Have you ever been in possession of contraband?
Like in high school?
No. You
Never.
don't know what contraband is?
I don't do
I don't
drugs. I
know
don't
what it is in
Uh,
relation to this
co-
conversation.
contraband is unclaimed
do
income.
contraband is
I've
also
never heard that language.
unclaimed.
Yeah, you need to look it up for tax purposes.
Well, I mean,
You might
I feel
learn
like I know a
something
little bit
there,
about
son.
taxes, Dustin.
You might learn something, son.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe you've never done this before like I have.
But is our topic finance here? So I can put on my
I think the
finance?
topic is that Dustin wants to believe that everybody in the world's crooked because it makes him feel better about himself.
No, I just think that you're crooked.
But you have no proof of that, Dustin, or witnesses or evidence.
That's a good point. I don't
Yeah,
have
a
witnesses
really
or
good point. It's
evidence.
like a really good point.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe a hunch is all I need to convict you in my mind, because there is a
Yeah,
thing called
I'm sure
public
that's
opinion.
probably true. That's usually how people's mind works.
You know what's funny is I'm not the only one that thinks that, though.
Who are the other people that think that, Dustin?
Oh, I don't know. There's a whole list of them over at Proverbs, guys.
Who?
Stephen.
I've talked to Stephen recently. He didn't mention anything about that.
I'm sure he wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he wouldn't either, considering his own financial history. Is this the people you put confidence in, Dustin?
You used to be one of them.
Yeah.
Imagine
Is it
how that
possible that
turned
maybe
out.
you just don't like folks who call you out for doing wrong?
What exactly did I do wrong?
Just the way you always blast people and cuss them out and act like a demon.
And that's wrong because
The Bible just says all that stuff about it.
you mean you make Bible
You know how
pretzels
you're like an
to...
internet tough guy and you're always threatening people online like that?
Buddy, look, I promise you don't want none of
do
this.
you pinky swear?
Yes, on all
Man,
5 pinkies.
Sorry.
you pinky swear. That sounds serious.
Sorry, Brother Pike. I don't mean to act
No,
like
you're
a tough
fine.
guy. Salmon is a tough
He
guy.
calls me out for doing something wrong.
Sandman probably is a tough guy because usually the guys who don't talk about it all the time are the tough guys.
I mean, could you nut swing a little bit harder, maybe?
Oh no. But Brother Pie, how you been today, little guy?
Oh,
Sounds like he's frustrated.
Oh, I'm fine. I've just been running errands. Just stealing from the corporation.
And creation.
I'm a creationist.
What type of creationist?
The kind that thinks things are created. I don't know what's the different kinds.
Older, younger, middle ager?
Oh, that's an interesting question. I don't really have a solid answer to that, but I do think that human history only goes back to the young Earth interpretation.
What a Sandman? I think he's a Middle Earth creationist, right, Sandman?
The what?
See?
Yeah, the creation of a planet made of sand.
Well,
It depends what planet
do
we're
you think
talking
the
about.
Earth is young? Are you a young Earth creationist, old Earth creationist, middle age Earth creationist?
That's a very good question, actually. Like if we
I don't
say
know,
under-
Sandman. Do you honestly think that I would be the right person to go to church?
Yes.
I can't even talk to Christian.
No, you could, Dustin. The thing is this. The thing is, when you get baptized, there are certain prayers that are exorcism prayers. It's not that.
Oh God, dear Lord in heaven, please help me here. You think I need to be exercised?
It's not the same type of exorcism as we're probably thinking about. It's not the same. It's something different, which are read, and sometimes that could change you. It could really change you. The Lord can change anyone. It does.
Oh,
He does.
dear Lord in heaven.
Give me a second.
I wasn't even talking to Christian about this stuff, and he had to try and call me out for being an internet.
You
tough
just
guy.
said that Logan brought me in the conversation. You said that.
Yeah, but I wasn't talking to you. Was also something I just said. Is there
Okay, my
anything
point
that
is I didn't assert
contradicts?
myself
You don't
as you.
have a point. Well, I mean, you called me out, and there was no need for it. I don't know what your issue is. What is your problem,
Hey, I'm sorry. I just ignored a phone call. Say it again.
Christian?
Say it one more time. I'm sorry.
Trying to talk. What is your problem, dude? I wasn't trying to talk to you about anything at all.
So
all.
you didn't say a bunch of hateful, snide things that you don't know about me as far as the corporation? You didn't say that?
I don't necessarily know that they were
Have you ever
directed
asked
at you,
yourself, what is your
but as
problem,
a
Dustin?
church, can you see how you're interrupting me? No, I'm not the one with the problem here. You came into the conversation, however you maybe want to call it as cover, but it may have been Gangster Ghost or you.
You said that.
What? So what? What? So what
You
if I
said
did?
somebody else brought me into the conversation. You said that.
I did.
Okay.
But you also claim to be an expert of some kind. I don't remember Gangster Ghost inviting you for that opinion.
Okay, then address somebody else, Dustin. I don't care. It's fine.
Okay.
I don't, but that doesn't clear up the issue. What is your problem?
Specifically regarding what?
I don't know. What is your problem? Why do you come at me crooked all the time? I don't like every single time. It is
literally
you.
just accused me of being crooked, Dustin. You just did that.
I accuse the practice of having a 501c3
No, you
of
accused
being.
me personally.
Yes, I did,
Right.
and I
So
think
what
that
is your
anybody with.
problem,
I think
Dustin? Why
that
do you always come at me like that?
I didn't come at you like that. I
Yes,
came
you
at the
did.
church like that.
No, you
I
came at
came
me
at the church
personally.
like that. I came at the church like that.
No, you didn't. You came at me personally.
Okay? Yeah, no. Look, what have I been talking
So then
about this
look
whole
at the
time,
man in the
Sandman?
mirror and say, what is your problem?
I don't have a problem. I'm not the one who made this personal trying to call me out about being an
You are
internet tough
literally
guy.
the one who made it personal.
No, I didn't. I was in context about what I was speaking of. And
We were
you tried to
talking.
say that I didn't know what I was talking
Well,
about.
it's for
I
Yeah,
sure that you
absolutely
don't.
know
It's for
what
sure
I'm
that you
talking
don't.
about. What is your proof for that? What part of this conversation would lead you to believe that I'm uneducated about what I'm talking?
For one, you said earlier that a 501c3 is the same thing as a nonprofit, which is not correct.
It's a file corporation that you can claim taxes on as an employee.
Let me word it differently for you. You're right, Christian. That's not correct.
Okay, so you caught me in a flurry of words where I misspoke. Congratulations. It wasn't necessary for you to claim that I didn't know what I was talking about based on that one example.
Okay, if that was forward of me, then I apologize.
Well, but that doesn't clear up the issue,
Then you
though,
don't
is
want an
it? Does it,
apology, Dustin. You just
Christian?
want to whine.
No, I don't want an apology. I want an explanation for what your problem is. I don't want to whine. I don't know what your fucking problem is because this had nothing to do with you whatsoever, and you
Okay.
made it personal.
Can we just calm down, guys?
As soon as he explains,
We were having a nice conversation.
I know.
And
Hello.
okay. And now we're talking about the church and the building and the finances of the church, and there's no reason to get into that. Remember, I said, forget about the finances. Think about your salvation more. That's the main thing. Now, whatever happened, what you asked, what Christian said, let's just forget about it.
Hey, I'm sorry. I keep having to block phone calls.
Yeah, there's no need to argue, honestly.
I need an answer to my question.
Right,
That's not an
me too.
argument.
Why did you take personal shots at me that you don't know about?
I didn't take
How
personal
about
shots
answering
at
my
you.
question? Yeah, you did. How about answering
I'm
my
trying.
question?
How about you listen to the
Hey,
explanation?
internet tough guy. Why did you take
Dude,
personal shots
see
at me
how
without
you're
evidence?
making this personal again? Dude, this
You made it
conversation had
personal, Dustin.
nothing
Take
to do with you,
responsibility.
Christian.
Take
I'll take
responsibility.
responsibility. Where do you want to take me? Where do you want me to take responsibility at
I
there,
want you
Christian?
to address why you made it personal.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
Your claim was you struck the first blood, jackass.
I don't
You
even
claimed
think
I
that's
didn't.
true.
You straight came out and said, I don't know what I'm talking about. You think I'm not going to take a swing back at you? How long have you known me, Christian?
Okay, if I said that first, I'm sorry. I don't remember it like
You
that, but maybe you're
absolutely
right.
did. You absolutely
I'm
did. You
trying to
said
give
it's
you the benefit of the
100%.
doubt.
No, well, it doesn't. You don't need to. You could go back and listen.
Go. Okay, if I said that first, I'm sorry.
Well, dude, again, I don't understand what the problem is. It's possible I don't know what I'm talking about. Does that mean something? Is that a personal point of pride for you that you get to point something out that
Dustin,
gets
I
you
can
all
say the
giddy?
exact same thing about the pot shots you took at me that you don't know about.
Buddy, I didn't take a pot shot at
Yes,
you
you
until you
did.
took a pot shot at me.
I don't
You
even think that's
struck
true.
front.
I'm just giving you the benefit of the
You
doubt.
can go back. You can go back and listen. It doesn't have to be the benefit of the doubt. I don't care. Buddy, you're the one
Kind of
with the
sounds like you
problem.
care.
No, look, seriously, the issue is that if we're going to be on these panels together and there's going to be a problem and it's going to remain unresolved, I don't see the point in talking. Like, I think that there needs to be some rules, some kind of ground rule, because what's the point? I don't like you, you don't like me, that's fine. The problem is the distance, because I guarantee
I think
I'd
that's
go
the thing
rounds with
kind
you,
of keeping you
Christian.
confident, Dustin, the distance.
No, really, in all
Yeah, I
honesty,
really think
buddy,
that. I
I'm
really
not
think
afraid
that.
of you,
I
Christian.
really
Like,
think that's what keeps you
if
so
you
confident.
really want to test that theory, I'll put money on a ticket and
Dustin,
we can
Christian
meet
Pike's
somewhere.
my real name. Monroe's my real town.
Buddy, I'm telling you, if you
It ain't
really
no
want to
internet
test that
persona,
theory,
son.
if you really want to test the theory, I will put money on a ticket.
Dustin,
You got
once
to
you
give
get the
me.
last tire
You got
changed
to.
on that van you
You got
probably
to,
live in, head down here.
buddy. You just got to put a
Look,
place and a
sweetheart, I'm in
time.
Georgia.
You got to put a place and a time, buddy.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I
Like an
thought. That's what I
address.
thought. So have a
What did you
conversation like a
think?
gentleman.
Eat my fucking taint.
Is that like a
Lick
serious
my
request?
ball sack.
Is that
Yes,
what you would like,
absolutely.
Dustin? Is that what you would
Lick
like?
my fucking ball sack, you
You strike me as
dipshit
the kind
piece
of
of
guy that
shit.
might like that.
I mean, you strike me as the kind of guy that would do it.
You're the one that brought it up.
You're the guy who's going to do it.
Does that seem interesting to you, Dustin?
It seems like you're
Is that something you've been
interested.
thinking about?
Oh, yes, buddy. Lick my taint.
I believe that.
I've
I
been
believe
to
you're telling the
prison.
truth.
Don't forget. Yeah. And when
Yeah,
you go out, I
I
go
doubt
in,
that.
buddy.
I doubt that.
Oh, you're going to doubt it right up until it happens.
I probably believe
You
that you've
think
been
I
to the
haven't
county
learned
jail.
that trick? Oh, I've been to prison. You can look it up. It's on the record.
Is that something that you're very
There's
proud
no
of,
need to
Dustin?
lie about that.
Is that something
It's
you're very
something
proud of,
that'll help
Dustin?
me. It's something that helps me in these
I have
situations.
violated the law because I couldn't work an honest job.
Oh, that's exactly what happened because you're that smart to make that
Well, you seem
deduction.
very proud of going to prison, Dustin.
Oh, no, I'm just letting you know who you're dealing with
Who am I dealing with?
because I don't, with someone that'll knock you out and go in while you go out.
Like all those other 75 people you knocked out last week?
I mean,
You're pretty
I
tough,
lost
aren't you?
count.
Did you ever get back
Buddy,
at that
you
guy in high school that did
really,
all this
do
to you?
you really want to test that theory? I
Did you ever get
promise you,
back on the guy in high
we
school who did
can
all this
meet
to you,
up.
Dustin?
You
Did
don't
you?
even know in high school? What are you
Yeah, you know, the
talking
guy
about?
that made you this way, the guy that picked on you and stuff.
Buddy, you can see pictures of things that I've done to people in high school. Like
Uh-huh.
they're in Arizona, right? It's on the record. Okay, the guy went to jail. He has an arrest record because he
Has
was on
Jake
my
Paul heard
property.
about you?
I promise you, you will not like the picture that you
Dustin,
look
has
up.
Jake Paul heard about you?
Look, Christian, listen to me. Listen to what I'm saying. Chino
Yeah.
Valley, Arizona. There's a guy with a hospital record. I knocked out his 2 front teeth. He had to have surgical reconstruction done.
Do you typically
Please,
shot people like
please,
that?
please look it up, okay, Christian? I'm trying to tell
Please
you
look up
something
my
right
prison
now.
record. Please respect me
No,
for breaking the law.
I'm just trying to let you
Please,
know
somebody in life take me
if
seriously.
you really want to
Please,
test this theory,
somebody in
I
life
will
take me
meet up with
seriously.
you. I will
Somebody.
meet up with you, but I'm
Dustin,
warning
I don't know
you
if your van would make it out of town,
that,
man.
buddy, I don't need a van. I'll just fly to you. Okay? I will invest money in
Has
a
this
ticket and
ever
I'll
worked for
meet you
you?
somewhere.
Has this ever
Buddy,
worked for you, Dustin?
you just sound like a
No, I know
coward.
how many times you've done this with different people. Has this ever worked for you? Has anybody
Nobody's
ever been
ever
like,
really
oh man,
taken
now
me
I get
up.
it. Now I get
Nobody's
it.
really going to take me up, but
Now I
I don't
get it.
know.
Yeah, you're
Look,
gonna
like
fight everybody in the
seriously,
world, Dustin.
Christian, I seriously will though, buddy.
Has
If you
Logan
want to
Paul heard
test this
about you,
theory,
Dustin?
if you want to test this theory, we
Dustin,
can
has
meet up.
Logan Paul heard about you?
Please,
Because I think he was
Christian.
looking for somebody to fight who was tougher than Mike Tyson.
Buddy, I seriously want to meet up with you one day.
You
We
know
can
where
do
I live for
this.
a long time, Dustin.
No, but I
Hey,
mean, like, we have to have like a time and a place. Like, I don't do this where you can come back on me and claim that I'm threatening you. That's not what's happening. This is an offer to fight,
yeah, I live
right?
in Monroe, Georgia,
Y-
Dustin.
Yeah, you can keep saying that, but I don't want to play hide and
Do
seek
you
with
think
you.
I don't live in Monroe, Georgia?
I don't know anything about you, Christian.
Well, you know that.
No, I honestly
Yeah, you
don't. I
do.
don't.
You do. You do.
I really don't,
No, you really
Christian.
do,
I
though.
don't. But I don't. I don't know the first thing about you, buddy. I don't.
What are they going to do when they find all those bodies you buried, Dustin?
I mean, do you think I'd be stupid enough to bury a body?
I don't know. You just got this tough guy thing like you've killed everybody in the world.
I mean, I don't know where you're coming up. Dude, Christian, do you want to fight?
I
Because
have no
if that's
desire to
what you
fight you,
want,
Dustin.
okay, then please shut your fucking mouth
No,
because you're
I'm not
not
going to shut
tough.
up, Dustin. But it's true that I have no desire to fight you.
Well, then shut the fuck up, dude, because I
I'm not.
will.
I'm not. I'm
I
not.
promise you,
This is.
like, if
But Dustin, you've known where I live for a long time.
you see, but that's the thing.
For
Like,
like
you have
2
kids,
years.
you have children,
For like
right?
2
Like,
years, you've known where I live.
I
Is
have to
that not enough time to
consider
save
these
up money?
things, buddy. Like, but I don't think you would show. I really don't. If I came down
I
there,
know
I gave you
that's
a
a
time
cool
and a
thing. I know
place.
that's a cool thing to say online in front of people. I understand that.
No, buddy, look, I'm serious. Like you think I'm playing.
Did
I
you and
am
your
a
boss
man of
ever get
my
it worked
word.
out when he's going to fire you? Did you ever keep your job?
There's an EEOC complaint. If you're actually
Mm.
interested in knowing, but whatever.
I'm interested in understanding what actually happened.
You want to know what actually happened?
Yeah, like not just one version of it, you know.
Oh, so then you can give them a call and ask.
But I'm asking you,
Harbor
aren't you involved?
Construction. Am I involved in what?
Like, I'm asking you, what happened?
I thought you said you wanted to know their side. How can I tell
No,
them
I said I
yours?
want to know the whole story. I feel like up to this point, you've only told half of it.
I mean, I don't know if I've told you any of it. Not
You've told me some of
personally.
it.
What have I told you?
Something about they didn't give you your vacation days or something.
Yeah, up to that point, let's see. So I went to go see my grandfather who has dementia and is more than likely going to die soon, or could make it the next 4 years. I'm not sure. Um, and they said that I had vacation that supposedly they were going to cut out. It's a long, involved story. But basically, long story on that short, I went to go see my grandparents. I came back, and then they took away the vacation that they guaranteed me before I left. This
Well,
screwed
I'm
me
sorry about
over
that.
because, well, this screwed me over because my car had just blown an alternator, or not an alternator, distributor cap, and that cost me quite a pretty penny to have restored. They still have my car. I can't get it back until I pay off the bill, and I can't pay off the bill because they haven't worked me since Christmas.
How much was the distributor cap?
Um, the distributor cap was $500. The labor
Five
was another.
hundred dollars for a distributor cap?
Well, because they have to tear apart the crankcase.
What's the car?
It's a Nissan.
I've never seen a distributor cap that hard to get to, but I've never owned a Nissan either.
Well, they had to do a bunch of labor, and the part itself was $500.
Good lord.
So anyway, they
Well,
still
if
have the
that is really
car.
what happened, Dustin, I'm sorry.
I can produce a bill if you want to see it.
I'd rather take your word for it.
Everything I'm saying is 100% true.
Well,
Okay, and then
can I start back? Can I start back at the beginning of your conversation? Me and you
uh,
always get off like this, and I don't know why. It seems like there's just something about us that we have bad chemistry, but I really don't like it. I don't want it to be that way. Did Dustin drop out?
Where did everyone go? What happened? What's going on? Who left? Brother Pie, who left? What
Hey,
happened?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know what happened. I lost connection. I guess Dustin must have lost connection too. I was actually trying to apologize because things got so heated up.
Christian, it's an actual fact. I have spent more time defending you to Steven, to Stump, to Lupin in private as well as in public than I have almost anybody else. Okay, I have fought for you to be put back on the panel when you got kicked off that one time. That ended up in a fight between you and I was the only one there defending you. I don't understand what your problem is. Okay, because
there's something between us that it always gets like this. I don't know why, but it's been 5 or 6 different times now that we'll be getting along just fine, and somehow things escalate like this. I really don't understand it. I'm not claiming to know exactly what's going on, but it's something about us that we just always get like this, and I really don't like it, man, to be honest with you. And I'm sure I play a role in it. I'm sure I'm responsible to some degree, but I would like for us to resolve it.
Yeah.
I don't
Realize
back. Christian, one thing you got to learn about me, I don't back down.
But Dustin, I'm the same way, but that shouldn't stop us from being friends.
I'm not sure that two people that are alike are belong in the same. Look, it's opposites that attract. Okay, and usually that's because where there's a weakness, the other individual's strength complements. Right. The problem between you and I is that I don't know I don't know, Christian. I really don't, because I don't think that a lot of the times when I'm speaking, it's gibberish, and for XYZ reason, you claim it is.
Well, you know what? I
I'm
thought
actually,
back when we lost connection there. I thought back to the conversation when it first started, and I think you're right. I think I probably took the first shot, so I'm sorry for that.
and believe it or not, Christian, there's a lot of times where that's the case, where most of the time I'm defending you. Buddy, if you go back and you watch some of those videos, that one, I know you remember, I was in the damn airport at the time when
I
you
remember
got kicked
several
off,
occasions where you and I were on the same side, for sure.
but not just on the same side. I had to fight for you to be allowed back on the damn panel,
But
right?
what
I've
is the
stood.
issue between us? Like, what? I'm not talking about. I'm not trying to throw it off on you. I'm not. I'm just saying, like, what is it about us that we always get like this?
I don't know. You feel like poking the bear, and I'm not one to be poked, because I'll
uh,
fire. Look. I'm not just talk, Christian. I have
No,
been
I'm
in a
not either. Dustin,
lot of
let me
fist
say something real
fights.
quick. When I said I have no desire to fight you, that's true. I have no desire to fight anybody. Please don't mistake that for I wouldn't show up, because that's not what that means.
uh, everybody.
Christian, it wouldn't be good for you.
Uh,
It's true that I have no desire to fight. That's true, but Dustin, I don't have a coward bone in my body, son.
uh, everybody. Zden's here.
Hey,
He should.
Zden.
Hey,
He's our.
everybody.
He's our.
I noticed there was a moment after Pike got
Uh,
off too. It was just Gangster. I was going to come on here and start talking to everyone, but everyone came back.
Yeah, I don't know. Everybody lost connection for a second.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, no one's up there. I'm going to hop on, and I don't know where Gangster went, but then he came back.
well, thank you.
So again, look, here's the crux of the argument I was trying to have with Sandman. Anytime you have an entity that you sign as a piece of paper, it's considered a civilly dead entity.
Uh, Brother Pike, I didn't want to talk about. Can we argue that our recording for Out of Egypt are paid to Dustin instead? We can until we get his car back.
Okay, let me address that, because all Aiden's trying to do is be kind and considerate, because all of us want to see each other get back on our feet. I should not have taken the cheap shots like I did about your car. That was rude. I'm sorry. And obviously, we're always here to help if you need help. I hope that goes without saying.
I wouldn't ask for help. If I can't get myself out of a situation I put myself in, I don't deserve asking anybody else for help.
I
That's
think
not.
it's good to think that way in some regard, because obviously all of us as men should feel responsible for providing for ourselves. I don't disagree with you. But it's also true that life is hard and sometimes circumstances are out of our control. And I don't think it's wrong for brethren to help each other when they're in a tight spot. I've needed help plenty of times in my life.
Me as well, Brother Pike.
I
Yeah,
mean, I
and
appreciate Dustin's attitude. It is true that we should feel responsible for ourselves. I don't disagree with him.
100%.
and
But also, I find this, and not you, Dustin, but people who could use help are the ones who are less likely to ask for it. But I often find they don't reject it if offered. But
Man,
they
now I feel
don't
bad. Like, I
ask.
really feel bad. Like, Dustin, I'm sorry. I don't want to get that way, man. I really don't like getting that way. And I get mad at myself when I do. And now I'm mad at myself again. So I apologize.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Brother Pike. That was big of you.
No, he's right.
uh,
I thought back to it and I did take the first cheap shot.
Yeah, so maybe if you stop cheap shotting the beer, Brother Pike, you guys will stop arguing.
I think that's been Dustin's point all along.
I,
Dustin, let's get
dude,
along, man. I want to get along with you.
Amen.
I'd
Christian,
like to
I
meet up
think
with you in person, but it's to buy you dinner.
Christian, I think that if you look back at those videos, man, I'm trying to tell you, I have spent way more time trying to defend you and show you that I have been your friend. I really have.
Hey, thank you for being a friend.
Well, let me say one
All
more
three of
thing.
you guys.
One more thing in relation to the conversation that was being had before we went off the rails. I actually am in a very similar boat to Dustin on this. I filed for a 501c3 probably about 4 or 5 years ago, and it cost me over $7,000 to get the paperwork in order. And I thought in my mind the reason I did it was because we packed book bags for the homeless, and I wanted to start buying stuff in bulk for the book bags. And I thought that I would get the tax break and I could buy more stuff and feed more homeless people. But the truth is, I fed more homeless people before I ever filed for that stuff. I fed more homeless people out of my pocket than I ever did with the corporate business. And all the paperwork and all the headache that goes along with it, I almost wish I would have never filed to begin with.
Guess who's here?
Lady
Aiden.
Aiden.
Oh, hi, Aiden.
Hey, Aiden.
Hey, Aiden.
Uh-oh. He's in battle mode. Are you there, Aiden? Can't hear you, Aiden. Uh-oh. He's gonna go crazy.
Connections.
Ah! Oh, lady,
Dustin,
Aiden!
I would like to meet up with you, but hopefully to buy you dinner.
Buddy, look,
Oh.
I've always hoped that we would meet up one day because I know that we have some good construction tips that we could share.
Oh, you
Like,
do roofing.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hey,
I don't
can you guys
just do
hear me?
roofing. What's up, Aiden?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't have long to be here because I'm at work, but Dustin, if you don't mind sharing, and if you do, then that's all right. You could share with me privately or just not share at all. It's up to you. What do you need to make to get your car back, man?
I'm almost done paying it off anyway, man. That's what I've been working on this whole time. That big old
Dustin,
ditch
will
you
you
saw me
let
digging,
friends
the
be
wood chop.
friends? You
You
gotta
guys
let us
are
be
my
friends.
friends. You are my friends. I don't need money help. I'm good. I'm
No, no, no,
okay.
no, no. Look, look,
I've
look, look, Dustin. Nobody thinks that you were reaching a handout. No one here thinks that you were looking for a handout. I was just trying to offer that maybe because I'm doing recordings right now for Christian for his book, and I've been being paid by Christian for that. I was thinking perhaps I could help you out and make up the rest of that difference with maybe by doing a little bit of recordings, and Christian could send you the money that was intended for me.
I can't take it. I can't. I've almost got it paid off. I'm okay. I'm okay. It's just really hard because they haven't been working me.
No, 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 dude, you're good. You're
Well,
good.
if there's anything any of us could do that's not financial, oh, he disappeared.
Yeah, yeah, like understand that like I'm here for you 100%, man. If you need or want any kind of help, then please never feel afraid to reach out and ask, all right? I've benefited from this community's help before in the past, and I think the least I can do is try and help out in return. So,
Yeah, because I can
um
relate to him. Because like even in the church, they like men are the last ones who should seek or be helped. But also, it's like I think the stat is like 30-year-old men and above, and typically white men are like the highest rate for suicide. So you shouldn't not go without help at a detrimental expense.
no, I see you, Mod. No, I see you. I've seen you this entire time. You silly goose.
It's like a Shakira cat.
No, I do want to say, like, for the record, I know me and Dustin butt heads sometimes, but obviously I'm happy to help, whether it's financial or otherwise. Anything I can do to help, I'm happy to help. There's been many, many times in this life that I've had to have help, and I'm not one of these people that thinks I can always make it on my own. That's not real.
I just thought it would be a good way not only to help out Dustin, but also try to bridge the gap between you and Dustin because I really hate seeing you guys fight. I think that you guys have a lot more in common than you have in difference, and I think that it's good to try and reconcile. But anyways, I need to get back to work, so I will talk with you guys later.
Cheers.
Yeah, but it makes you feel like you
Much love, Dustin.
need
Take care,
it.
Christian. Take care.
All right, buddy.
Bye, Aiden. Tell Lady Aiden we say hi. But are you alright, Brother Pike?
Wait, say it again. I'm sorry. Yeah, I feel
Are you
bad,
alright,
honestly,
Lodi?
because that was probably more me than it was him. Me and him have butted heads a bunch of times, and
I'm
that one
sorry.
was probably more me than it was him.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted you to join
It
in
ain't
on the
your fault, Logan. It's my
conversation.
fault. Dustin is a temperamental person, and I should have known that before I ever said what I said. So really, it's my fault. As much as I would love to disagree with him on this one, I think I have to agree.
As you done what you doing there, Logan?
Can you put the other cat back, Mark?
Yeah, hold on. Let me find it. Oh, nope, that's not it. I'll find it. Just give me a sec. Nope, that's not it.
Oh.
Well, honey?
Well,
Okay, I'm holding on to it now.
Miss Mott, I have a question.
That looks like a happy dog.
Yes. What is it?
That
That
dog
looks
is
like
quite
me.
happy.
Hey, Christian, that looks like me right before I'm about to receive Eucharist.
What? The?
Miss
Man,
Mott,
now I feel like a dirtbag. I should have never provoked him. Now I'm really like feeling bad about it.
Yeah. So I could go to confession. What would you do to heal your heart, brother?
I go to
Clay?
confession. I go to confession too. So.
Nice.
well, Miss Mott, I have a question. What happened to your video last night? It was funny. I don't know where your video just disappears.
Yeah, I took it down because I ended it. It was only like 24 minutes, so.
What, baby?
I'm on the stream. Hold on.
Why you ended it?
My bad. Sorry.
Bring the hubby up. We never met the hubby before.
Oh yeah. And you're not going to.
Oh.
So we need to get C-Cell up here to talk about sandwiches, Gangster. Do you like sandwiches?
All right.
Just all right?
Yeah, they're good. But why you ended your show so quick? And
I'm sorry. I was looking for it. I couldn't find it.
Dang, it's a kitty cat.
Because I had people screaming in the background, so I just didn't want to deal with that.
But that's Zidane.
What's up, brother?
Yeah, it was crazy. But are you all right, Brother Pike?
Wait, say it again. I'm sorry, Logan. Yeah, I just feel bad. I just sent Dustin a text because I have his number. Just tell him I'm sorry.
Nice.
I really feel bad. Like, I don't know what got into me. Like, sometimes I really do get that way with him. Like, now I actually feel bad because the truth is, I actually have invited Dustin out here to Georgia to visit me before, and I told him I'd put him up for the weekend and stuff like that. And now it's like, now we have to meet up and fight instead of meet up and be friends.
Right.
It's stupid.
That's
It's
no
just
fun.
stupid. No, it's
Yeah.
just stupid. It's childish is what it is.
Yeah.
I just feel stupid now because I thought that he was wrong, but as I remembered the conversation, I think he was right. I think I said something rude about him regarding corporations before he said anything about me.
Oh, sorry. But
I don't know. I don't know why I do that sometimes. Dustin and me we have bad chemistry, and I love him and I believe he loves me. But for some reason, we're just like hot air and cold air when we get together. I don't know why it's like that.
yeah, we thought you were a raptor, Miss Mod.
I know. Did you see the text I sent
What's
to
the
Chuck?
date?
I said,
you got a priest number, Mod?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah,
I don't
right?
even have a priest number.
He's my stream dad.
He's my stream.
Man, that's Chuck. I've been having Chuck's number for a long time.
He used to let me use his stream yard, and I always called it the stream car. So like he's my stream dad. Let me use the stream car.
Hey guys, I'm gonna bounce off of here. I gotta go wash the car, and the kids are pushing me because they enjoy it.
Well,
all
look
right.
at the cat dancing first.
Don't forget to
If
confess.
Dustin comes back, tell him I'm sorry because now I feel bad.
Oh well.
Well, just go eat that sandwich he was telling you about, and he'll be fine.
It's so dumb. I think back, I'm like, we sound like two idiots in high school.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't get that way. Like, it makes me mad at myself because I don't get that way with people. Other people could say all kind of stupid stuff, and it's like water off a duck's back. But for some reason with Dustin, it always gets under my skin.
You got to discern on that, brother.
I guess. I'm sure it's something to do with me. I don't doubt it. But, the truth is, like, the gospel truth is when you're having problems in life, is the first place you're supposed to look is in the mirror.
Well, what if
Yes.
you don't
Yep.
look at the mirror? The
That's the
mirror.
biggest
That's
problem
my
most people have
problem,
is they don't
gangster.
look in the mirror.
Oh,
Every time I look in the mirror, I say what you say when that blue-haired picture comes up. I'm like, ah!
oh. Here's a website I looked on
What's up
last
with
night.
this
Said,
cat?
I was trying to lighten the mood.
It
Yeah,
worked.
trying to cheer Dustin up. Hopefully he's watching.
Anyways, all right, guys. I'll catch y'all later. I apologize for disrupting the stream.
Later, brother
You
Pike.
should.
No, buddy. So sorry about what happened.
He gone.
You have a good day, buddies.
Have a good day, little guy.
Dancing cat.
Yeah, little guy.
Yeah. Michael evolution. Do you believe in Michael evolution?
No, I'm a creationist.
Yeah. I mean, like small evolution.
Oh, I believe things change over time. Yeah, slightly.
Like this cat evolved into being a dancing cat.
I was trying to figure that out. Is that AI mod or is that your cat?
I have no idea. Well, I found it on Google. So, I don't know. I just searched and then went to images. It looks real, right?
It's one of those,
It does.
It's really funny.
Oh.
You got any animals, Gigi?
What?
Oh, no
Yeah,
way.
cats.
Oh, they look like that one?
Yeah.
Do they dance like that one?
No. Well, one likes to go to my door, leaves like a sock or something there, and start
Yeah.
crying.
Do you have to clean the kitty litter?
Yeah.
My cat passed away, but I used to. I had a coon cat
Oh,
too.
I'm sorry.
So it was a big cat.
Versus
Sandwich
Uh-oh.
contest.
Oh,
Is my mic like sound weird? Because
Uh-huh.
every time I come on here, it's like it sounds so weird.
Yeah, no, you sound fine. You gonna stop painting for us? I saw you painting the other day, Maud.
I do have I made some paint to make a glob painting. I started it already, but I got more canvases. I'm gonna do that next time I do a show, a glob painting.
You always painted?
I've been painting for like 11 years, doing the fluid art, or not 11 years, like 8 years, maybe.
Nice. What got you
9.
into it? Bring you peace or something?
I was it's really addicting. I used to do it constantly. I'd get yelled at for like sneaking around trying to paint. And it's a mess, let me tell you. I made a huge disaster in my room, but we've redone it all now, and I'm better with the paint, so I don't spill it everywhere anymore. But yeah, it's been very fun though, and I'm like an expert now, pretty much. But and I recommend anybody that thinks it's easy to try it.
No, that's why I don't do it.
Listen,
It's
I have a question.
for who's Eden?
Is it true that you believe in evolution?
Me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I'll show you why. Let me see. Hold on, let me find it.
Dance. Just dance.
I do believe in it.
Keep on dancing.
Right here. I mean, we wouldn't have this dog without evolution.
Ren?
Ah! Look at
That's
that.
Ren.
He
Looks like
he's in a
Ren
seatbelt,
from
too.
Ren and Stimpy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where's Stimpy? You say, what's going on? Yeah. Miss Mod, do you believe that what Bubblegum says, that cats and dogs all are created separate?
Well, I do believe cats and dogs were separate.
I mean,
creation,
cats
but
are separate from each other.
Oh, no, you didn't.
isn't that funny?
Oh.
I've been looking for these to put on here. I've got tons of them. This
Ooh.
one's one of my
That looks
favorites.
like Terry's cat.
They weren't doing this in 70, 80.
I need to show you guys something.
Show me something, gangster.
You love it.
Lady Aiden.
It's not that.
I'm excited now. Suspense is killing me.
Yeah, don't let us down, gangster.
Don't worry, I won't.
I love it.
This is going to be really good.
Yeah, this is what Father Charles does.
That's
Lady
right.
Aiden. Oh, is that Dustin in church?
Yeah, and
That was the
they're
last time Dustin
baptizing.
went to church.
Guess who they're baptizing?
Logan, I forgot. I
That
forgot
looks like
that you
Bruce
said
Wayne.
that. Is this the video that I put up all the time?
What video?
Of
No,
the Duncan
The
baby,
video
yeah.
with the priest in the baby baptism. You said that
Oh, yeah,
the
it's-
picture. For real? Oh my gosh, that was so cool when you said that. I was like, for real?
Who's on the right?
This is Father Chuck baptizing Bruce
I love it.
as a baby.
That's gonna be my new profile picture, my avatar picture.
And Dustin's just in there in the mix for some
Who's
reason.
the guy on the right?
They're both Father Charles. There's two of them.
Oh, okay, and two Waynes.
Yeah.
The Wayne on the right looks like he's had demons coming out of him.
This is Slide Aiden. He's like have a like he's had some planning to do.
And then
And this is Lady Aiden. Hi, I'm Lady Aiden.
Lady Aiden. Looks like a stoner. It's a stone dog.
Yeah.
Yep.
This right here. Yeah, that's it. Bruce being like, this is a baby.
The one on the right is the best.
Yeah, the one on the left's before baptism, and the one on the right's after baptism.
He's being exercised.
Crazy. Makes you like this.
Ah! That's what I say when I look in the mirror, gangster.
Aw.
But don't worry. Super Hawk's here to save the day.
Dun, 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 dun.
He's Super Hawk. What do you think of that, Miss Mud? That's an older picture.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked when you said that the other day. I was like, for real? I didn't realize that video is where you got that picture. Because I
Yep.
remember the picture back when you first did it.
You can imagine Father
Wasn't
Charles.
Steven in the first one?
Yeah, here's another one. He was help baptizing him.
Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, and yeah. Do you can imagine Father Chuck baptizing Bruce like that baby in that video?
That would be Bruce's third baptism.
What do you think?
Ghosty.
Yeah. See?
Who's that? Dan Pawsey?
Yeah, he's a dancing baby.
Everybody's learning everybody. That's good.
Aw.
I jumped on that. Oh, I was on that stream yesterday, gangster. Did you see me?
What stream?
Dan and Tim and Bruce. And you?
Oh, yeah. I saw you there.
Yeah. I was listening to Bruce read the Bible, mod.
Yeah?
Oh, he'd be a good bedtime story reader. He has a good reading voice.
Yeah, he's a good dude. I like Bruce. He's probably one of my. He's right anyway. He's the one that's right. So, oh, look at this little guy sleeping.
Can you imagine that being Bruce?
He looks like Bruce.
That was that baby after his baptism.
Yeah.
He was wore out.
Oh, you know, July, I'm going to the UK
When?
in July.
Ooh, I know you've been talking about that for a long time. You notice? You know that?
Yeah.
You've been telling me since
Yeah.
I met you, pretty much.
Yeah, it's crazy. I can't wait. But you know, the first time you're on YouTube, you sound a lot different.
Oh, she was
Me?
a baby, I bet.
Miss Mark.
No, it was just what, like 2 years, 3 years now.
Yeah, you sound a lot different. He told, yeah, that's when they captured that one guy and going to sell him off to a good family.
Yeah. Oh man, I wish somebody would have done that. I'm kidding. Thank you.
But you can imagine Father Charles baptizing Bruce as a baby.
Go back in time.
Does Father Charles only baptize babies, or does he baptize adults too?
He probably would begrudgingly
I think
baptize an adult. What's up,
Well,
gangster?
what do you think of? Are you for or against the Catholic Church combining with Orthodox?
Well, I'm not for them combining. I am for the Orthodox admitting that we were right and rejoining us.
Like Sandman? You want him to tell you that you're right?
That would never happen. But Daniel and Jess would. I could see them joining if their patriarchs decide so.
Oh. What about
Yeah, he wants to come back a lot. He was saying that on Daniel's stream. But even the Protestants are welcome. We'll take Miss Mar back. We'll take C-Sal back. Although those two might stay with Sandman.
Back.
Do you ever met this guy named
They'll C-Sal only if it's the Ortho Pros.
Oh.
Yeah, there's this new thing we learned, gangster. There's Orthodox Protestants.
Oh.
Yeah, and C-Sal and Sandman, I think. C-Sal's number 2 and Sandman's number 3.
Oh. What do you think that they yeah, that'd be crazy. We think.
Did I say even? My bad. My bad. I meant also.
Oh.
Insert foot in mouth.
Oh. What if they did that and then Sandman broke away and it created the one save, always save Orthodox?
That's probably going to happen. And then maybe you could be his vice pope.
Oh, what about you? Would you be the pope?
No, I'm a nobody in the Catholic Church.
Oh. Yes, you are. You're the great Zden. Yeah, yeah, it's crazy. What would you do if they made you pope?
Oh, I'd do a lot of praying, gangster. You guys would never. I'd be the missing pope because you guys would never see me. I'd just be praying all day. And I'm like, if I don't say nothing, they can't critique what I'm saying.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's actually a brilliant idea.
Thank you, Mark.
Can I say something? If they combine two, we would take everyone back except for Lupin.
That's
Poor Lupin.
Charles.
He's been cracking me up this morning.
He's back on YouTube. He must be in good spirits.
Yeah.
Father Charles really jovial.
Don't make him a sad Lupin. Make him a happy
Lupin. I always think that's Photoshop, the happy Lupin face. But
I got it from Big Bad Mama.
Oh yeah.
Ooh, I'm telling. I don't know who I'm going to tell, but I'm telling someone.
We're gonna get you, my pretty, and your little wolf then too.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think that? I bet Zden can spin a mean pizza though.
I actually can. I've worked in some restaurants, so it's actually my least favorite. Making pizzas sucks, but yeah, 1 or 2 ain't bad. All day though. gets repetitive.
Oh, but
Hey, gangster, you know what's cool about pizzas?
what?
If you fold them in half before you cook them, you just got a calzone.
You serious?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy. Have you ever been any? Have you ever been to Portugal?
No, that's on my bucket list though.
Oh,
So supposedly, I'm not only from Portugal, but I'm from like the Azores, which I guess is like one of the most beautiful places in the world. So it's kind of like a little island right off the coast. So I want to get. You should stop by there on your way to London, gangster. I hear it's beautiful.
oh. What about you, Miss Mod?
What would I stop
She's
at?
from Florida.
Yeah. That's the only place I've been to, Florida. Well, I've been to
I don't
Tennessee.
get out of Massachusetts much. I go up to New Hampshire.
Oh. Here it's 27 degrees.
Right now?
You know what I find funny about the United States? I'm up in New England, right? So whether I go to New York or New Hampshire
It's
or
83
Maine
here.
or I could go to like any other state locally, and it's closer than like driving from like Dallas to San Antonio. I could travel like 3 states, and there's some states where that's not even leaving their state. That's how small we are over here.
Did you hear me, Logan? It's 83 here.
Wow.
Wow, it's hot where you're at.
Yeah, we haven't had 83 in like 8 months.
It's humid, like nasty, probably. I don't know. It's probably not that bad, but yeah. I bet you it's like a nice, crisp 70 something. Where
Hey, Maud, is
BBM
it true? I hear when you live in Florida, like in the summer, you can barely go outside. You have to like go from your air-conditioned house to your air-conditioned car to your air-conditioned job.
Well, we prefer that, but you can be outside in the heat. I know people that don't use their air conditioners; they just leave their windows open. And
Oh,
inside
really?
your house, it's like way more humid, you know. So like, it's got to be something open, like a I don't know, like an on, you know, something that's like a car you would park a car under or something, you know, to have airflow. Because
Yeah.
if you open your windows in your house, there's no air, you know. So it's survivable, but we're spoiled now, of course.
Yeah, you guys seem to be living up the good life during COVID.
Yeah.
You guys
Yeah,
are
well,
barely closed compared to everyone else.
Yeah, it was nice. It was like nothing was going on to me.
Right, yeah. Yeah, not so much up here. It was
Yeah.
I gotta get down to Florida. We should go visit. We should go vacation in Florida together, gangster.
Oh.
Yeah.
Meet missing Mod. She's missing.
Yeah.
Depends on where she is. Hopefully she's not on the Gulf side.
No, I'm in Central.
Nice.
Oh. You know the PGs had a show earlier?
They did?
Yeah.
About what?
Little Bible study?
They were talking about something. I forgot what they were talking about. But it was great. But guys, would you ever like to meet Steven in person, Miss Amod?
Yeah. I mean, I would. I wouldn't pass it up.
Stranger danger.
Yeah. Yeah, he better look out. Stranger danger. I owe him one for sure.
But do you think he might be in witchcraft?
Oh.
Nah.
Oh.
No, I don't. Itchcraft, maybe.
But what about Lupin?
Lupin, Tupin.
See
Hey, bud.
now and know.
Do you see now and know?
Was that a tan line around glasses?
Yeah.
He's a silly guy.
Are you off until church tomorrow? Oh.
Yeah, look at this.
I seen it.
It looks like Dustin's his godparent, huh?
Well, This is Aiden. This looks a lot like Aiden. He has some smirk on him, like he's planning to get you. But missing the mod.
Yes.
Tomorrow I'm gonna have an Orthodox Catholic special.
You're gonna have a what?
Orthodox Catholic special.
Oh. Nice.
Yeah, hopefully Father Chuck gets there. Oh, and Brother Pike's invited too.
Yeah.
He's
He's gonna
what's he gonna do?
He's gonna be an Orthodox Catholic.
Only one Calvinist at a time.
I guess C-Style's technically invited because she's an Ortho pro.
I don't know what any of that means.
It's the Orthodox Protestant. It's a new thing.
Oh.
So they're Orthodox, but so they're the Protestant version of Orthodox instead of Catholic.
Doesn't Orthodox just mean you left or something?
No, Protestant means that.
Yeah, Orthodox just means right worship.
Oh.
How unorthodox.
Hey, that conversation you had with Achilles the other day, Gangster, that was crazy.
Yeah, he was on there. He was a crazy guy.
We were all in the chat like, this is crazy. Me and AJ were loving it as Catholics because the Orthodox were all beefing, Mod.
Oh no!
What were they beefing about?
They were arguing about who knows the proper Orthodox church. Like there's like 3 Orthodox, all like, you guys aren't Orthodox, we're Orthodox. And me and AJ were like, yeah, you guys sound like you're protesting each other.
The thing I want to know is if the Lord came back, would he be a Catholic?
Jesus.
Really?
He's the head of the church.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying though. I get your question.
Yeah. Head of the church, I understand that, but I mean, which one of these denominations would he pick?
Yeah, and what do you think?
I don't think he'd pick any of them.
You don't think not even one of them? He's like, the Pentecostals were right.
I think the Bible is God's word, and we should go with that. Just have a personal relationship, because we don't need the building anymore. I mean, we want to get together and worship and stuff like that. That's one thing, but to learn, I think we should ask the Lord to teach us that, how to learn, what to learn and whatever. I'm not saying that right, but that's just me. I don't know.
Yeah, would he be in the congregation with us, or would he be up on stage?
Well, he would obviously not be down there worshiping with us.
We just have a fun, Gangster.
What would you like to ask Achilles?
Me?
Who, me? Or Zedin?
I don't really have any questions for Achilles. I do enjoy his accent and his it was quite interesting because I never heard that before, the Orthodox Protestant. So it was funny. It was funny to listen to.
Oh, but what if Achilles takes over both of the churches? They will kneel before the great Achilles. What will you do then?
Run away
and
never come back.
I'm not kneeling. Probably.
Oh, guess who's here?
Who do we got? Lupin, the Wolf Den.
Hi, Wolfen.
How was your croissant pizza, Lupin?
Hey there. I think he lost his mind. I think that little guy. Oh no! I got you, so you can't escape. Now, what do you want?
Going down.
Are you there, Lupin? Hi, I'm Lupin. Oh, but missing the mod.
Yes.
That was crazy. I don't know where you just ended your video. Funny. It was crazy.
I know.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to make it a long
feel bad
goodbye.
for you always thinking I used to ignore you, Mod. When I see your name, I just think you were like an AI generated moderator.
Dang.
Look, I just
I
see the
can't even
missing mod.
spell.
It's a clever name. You go under the radar.
Oh,
What's it
that's
mean?
the plan. Well, it was one of the guys that I used to watch like a few years ago. I deleted my account and he somehow figured that out and he said, "Oh, one of my mods is missing." So I just came back and used
Yeah,
mod.
see, that's why I think you're a mod.
Are you there, Lupin?
Missing mod, that's funny. Loop our Father Charles, that's funny. You see what Father Charles said?
This is actually not Lupin.
Who is this?
I thought it sounded like a girl.
This is Seasal.
Yeah.
It's not
you
my
have
name.
Is that your real name?
Seasalisar? No, it's not.
I see Sal.
You guys.
What's up, ma'am? What happened to all your pictures?
I don't know. I've never used this restream thing, so I have to kind of like set it up on the fly right now. I have my earbud though. Can you hear me, or should I take it off?
All loud and clear.
Mm.
You sound very cultured. You don't sound too American.
I don't sound what?
You're too American. Your accent.
I sound very cultured. What the heck? You don't sound ethnic. That's what you're telling me. You don't sound like a beaner. That's funny. You guys, when are we doing the sandwich off?
The sandwich off.
That's a good question.
When I get some money for it.
Gangster, you gonna host it?
I know sandwich stuff is expensive.
Depends on what you're making. I can make some creative, not expensive sandwiches.
Well, I like the I like the yummy expensive sandwiches. The pesto and all the cheeses. Cheese is expensive right now.
It is.
My dad used to like just a fried bologna sandwich. Ugh.
Maud's gonna win with bologna and cheese.
Mm-hmm.
Simple
I
yet
think we would
elegant.
both win. If we made sandwiches, we would just both win. Because everybody would love that.
Anytime sandwiches are made, you're winning.
Yeah.
I'm trying to entertain my son, so I just took out a packet of peanuts. Hey, Bon.
Hey, Bon.
Hi.
Welcome, brother.
How are y'all?
Good.
10 out of 10. How about you?
Chilling.
Not too bad.
Stroking people's egos in their live streams.
Oh,
You own that one.
We
though.
appreciate it, C-Style.
You notice he hasn't been back since.
Oh, just here on the live stream, making people feel amazing. What the
I
hell?
know, that's so bad of you.
That doesn't even make sense. That's so stupid.
Sorry, I
I
bring
love
you
laugh
up.
now, but that was pretty funny. I got to admit.
Where is Daniel, by the way?
He's live streaming, probably.
At the fear of being called a simp for Daniel.
Oh, maybe
Yeah, his show's been over.
Maybe he's out meeting women like you suggested to him.
Yeah, and Clay was like, actually, Daniel's got a lot of money. And I'm like, oh, you've got money, Daniel? Now you for real are going to get a girl.
Now he has no reason to be single, C-Cell.
Anywho.
What's up, Bond? Welcome to the Gangster stream.
what happened between you and Wildheart, Bond?
Nothing. I apologize to him.
Were you getting him good?
No, I wasn't in my right mind and said some things.
He's a character.
Yeah, no, I apologize to him. I told him my bad.
Oh.
So yeah,
Uh,
me and him are still good friends still.
oh, that's good. Uh, but how wild is your church?
It's pretty wild. It is pretty wild.
Yeah. Oh, could you ever debate him in evolution?
Me debate Wildheart and evolution. We probably
Yeah.
agree. I don't think I'd debate him.
Oh. Or could you ever debate Dustin?
Probably not.
Oh. Could you debate Tim?
uh, maybe.
Do it, Bond.
I don't really care. I don't really care about evolution. I mean, it is what it is.
I feel the same, Bond.
You know, if you believe it, if you don't believe it, like I'm not losing sleep over it.
Although I'll tell you guys, I was excited to find out you don't have to believe in a 6,000 year world to believe in God.
Oh yeah.
Because when I thought of that, I'm like, that's tough. That's tough. So I was happy to find out I didn't have to hold that view.
Yeah, it's just not a topic. I don't know. I'm around people who like the topic, but I just joke around.
What are you more interested in, Bond? Fixing sandwiches or
Sandwiches, sandwich making, taco making.
There you go.
Oh, you joined the right stream then.
Are you there? Also,
Who could that be?
Who could that be?
You gotta find new pictures, brother. They all look from the same movie.
It's not a movie, Zealot. It's AI.
We had the Gladiator the other day.
You're hilarious.
Of course, you got Gladiator.
What are you, 90?
You got everything. It all comes from the same time and place.
The great Sandman. When did you leave us?
I'm trying to grow my hair out like that, Sandman.
Yeah, you'd like that, huh?
Yeah, I got time to finally grow out of my my fade days.
Yeah, you gotta let go of that. It's not even biblical.
Gotta let it grow, man.
Let it grow. Let it grow.
I say you're not supposed to have long hair.
You're not men, according to the Bible, except the Nazarites.
Not like women.
Oh. Are you sure?
Absolutely.
But you're the great Sandman.
I might go for the Fonz look, the slick back.
Yeah, that's good. That's nice.
Oh yeah, I can see that.
We saw of what happened earlier. Everything got out of hand. So crazy.
Yeah, I had to bounce real quick.
Did they scare you? Did they scare you?
No, I wasn't really in the mood to, go into. I knew where it was going actually. So.
Oh no. But Sandman, would you like to start your own church called Once Saved, Always Saved Orthodox?
No, I can't. I'm not allowed. Mud, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Not bad.
Good. Good to see you, and good to see everybody.
Yeah.
Not bad is a popular phrase these days. I get that often.
Who was it that said we don't need a physical building?
Uh-oh.
I don't know. I was just saying words, pretty much.
Oh, was it you?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It sounds like it. No one else is taking credit, so. Must have been.
No, I mean, it's okay. Like, what is your, I mean, if you're the one who said it, what is your, like, what's your reasoning that we don't need a place of worship?
Well, because we don't need to go to a building to talk to the Lord anymore, because we all Christians have him now. You know, if you're a saved person, if you believe, you have the Holy Spirit. So the church is the body of Christ. Now, I understand having a building to go and worship and be with the brethren or whatever. You know, I understand that part of it, but we don't physically have to go there to ask or repent or any of that anymore, because he's with us all the time.
If you were living in the Old Testament, was the Lord with you all the time as well?
No.
The Lord was not with you.
No, am I right? Right? Like, it wasn't until he was on the cross, right? I could be wrong. I'm asking seriously.
So in the Old Testament, we see a place of worship, the temple, right?
Mm-hmm.
A central place.
Was it a place of worship?
Sure. What were they doing in the temple?
Well, isn't that where they would take the blood? I don't know.
Sure. Sacrifices. They would bring doves, right? It was a custom, right? There were sacrifices presented. They would bring their newborns. That was also a custom. And they would bring an animal or doves, or depending on how rich or poor you were. So we see the significance of the temple, the importance of the temple in the Old Testament, right?
Yeah.
So why then would, or I should say, before saying the New Testament, I would say why in the Old Testament it was commanded to construct a tabernacle, which is the Holy of Holies, to do a sacrifice to God. And now in the New Testament, we shouldn't have that. Don't you think there would be like a continuation? For example, in the Old Testament they had circumcision. Circumcision was now replaced by baptism. You see the continuation here?
Circumcision of the heart, right? And anyway, we
No,
don't make
circumcision of the
sacrifices
heart.
anymore.
They literally circumcised boys.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the temple. Isn't the temple specifically for the sacrifices? If we don't need to do that anymore, then why would we still continue to do that? That's going to get the Jews in trouble.
That was
I'm sorry.
Exactly. No, it's okay. I kind of just broke in, but you said exactly what my contention was, which is if the temple was there and they were doing like animal sacrifices, which is part of the Old Testament, and animal sacrifices aren't to be done anymore, then why? So Jesus Christ is supposedly the new covenant with God. Christianity isn't under Mosaic law, they're under the law of Christ.
Amen.
So the need for a building, I would say, is something it's convenient and it's a place for a community, but it's not the ability to attend a church is not contingent on whether or not you're saved or a quote unquote true Christian or a Christian at all. So what I'm saying is basically Maud is right.
Yeah, Maud is absolutely correct.
So what you're saying, Deviant, do you agree with Maud?
No, Maud's absolutely correct.
Yes, I agree. I will say these words
Sam,
that has never been spoken before.
I do appreciate the
by me,
Sandman, but
I have said that.
They just don't appreciate or get the tradition in the church and all that. I respect the tenacity, but
typical.
Yeah, I mean,
typical Protestant.
You know what I'm saying?
Hey, hold on a second.
So the church.
So the
Typical
rules for this
rebellious
stream- the rules for this
Protestant.
stream is for us to leave each other alone. Are you going to abide by that?
So the church is not merely a
Oh,
spiritual.
sorry, I was joking. I'm a Protestant. I was kidding. I'm not. I'm not being serious.
Yeah, if you're talking to me, I didn't say anything bad.
I'm a Protestant. So I was kidding. I'm assuming people have a sense of humor in here. It's not all
Protestant
serious.
proud. Tell him, CISO.
It is. It is. I understand like where the panel is coming from, because they don't have sacraments and they don't believe in the sacraments. So you don't need a physical building for therefore to do anything that is a sacrament. But my question would be,
That's not correct. There are definitely sacraments within Protestantism.
are there churches in Protestantism?
Yes, but it's
But
not
you
the
just said we don't.
requirement. If your salvation isn't contingent on you being part of a community where you have the ability to build a church.
You mean so? So let me take that and say something else. Is the requirement of you to be with other Christian disciples to receive the Lord a requirement by the Lord?
No.
No.
To receive
No,
the
the
Lord? No.
important. So your salvation is something between you and God. It's not between you
Amen,
and a
Deviant.
thousand other people.
Are there sacraments? Is the okay? Well, this could be debunked immediately. Is the Eucharist a sacrament? Do you have that in the churches?
Of course.
Okay, so then
I mean,
if you have it-
communion.
if you-
Communion.
We don't call them sacraments. Yeah, we don't call it a sacrament. We call it something that we have to do because Jesus ordered us to do that. Do this in remembrance of me.
Exactly.
Amen.
So the most important sacrament, I would say, is communion, because that's what Jesus says before he is crucified. And then, of course, there is baptism, which is an important part.
And
But
keep in mind,
if you are someone living alone in the woods, in a far-off land, where there are no other Christians around, you don't have to build a church to be able to be a Christian and be and have salvation.
amen. Also, I'll add to that, Deviant, the word sacrament never appears in the King James Bible once.
Well, I've never had the King James Bible because I'm Swedish, but
Well, not in any version, really.
no, it's I mean, it's a word that's
It's just an added word. Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
So do you guys
I mean,
have buildings or you don't?
religious word, but it's not a biblical word, or how you would say it.
Yes, of course Protestant churches have churches. Yeah, they have buildings.
So who said we don't need buildings, but yet we have buildings? I don't get it.
Well, as I said,
we don't need. I think
Having
she,
buildings and needing buildings are two different things, Sam, man.
Yeah, community is an important
Oh, so you mean
part.
if we have to go underground and we abolish or abandon, I should say more or less, the building because now they're coming after the buildings to
So
destroy
why do you keep
them?
changing your position?
Do we need it then at that
Why do you
point?
keep changing your questions and your position? You tend to
Well,
do this.
if you were being
from an honest place.
If you were being hunted down,
Hey, Sam, man, do you want to formally debate on this topic?
if you were
let him finish his relax. It doesn't have to be contentious. Just let him finish his
with him, it
sentence.
does have to be CISO.
Oh, that's what I thought. He won't.
Oh, that's Tim. Oh, that's Tim.
Just got another internet win.
I like that little rat's a good little touch to your thing, Bond.
To try to answer Sam, I hope he comes. I hope he comes back. But to try to answer him, we cannot look at Christianity as something that exists in the modern society, where we expect us to live amongst other Christians, where we have religious freedom to exercise them and build our buildings of worship, or not build them, which is equally important, of course.
You already know, Deviant, you already know that history, the early Christians had to meet in each other's homes in underground areas.
Yeah.
They did not have the liberty to build a building. So this contention, is just one of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's
Brother
like
Pike's here.
the
Welcome back, Brother
apostle-
Pike.
Hey, buddy.
We missed you.
Man, I wish Dustin would text me
Jesus
back.
himself didn't have. I mean, there were temple, but they didn't have a church. The apostles didn't. The apostles. The disciples of Jesus didn't have a church that they met in. But of course, it's convenient, and of course,
Oh yeah.
if you are a community building is a huge part, and it's very important for us as humans to feel part of the community, because we're communal beings. So, but to say that we need to even say that you have to have like an ordained priest who does these things, that wouldn't have been possible in the very early church. So I'm surprised that someone who is Orthodox thinks that it is.
Deviant, we got to get you saved. I love it. You're great. We got to get you saved.
Exactly.
Deviant's friggin' awesome.
Oh, what's up? Oh, hi, Brother Pie. Miss Outcast is here. Hi, Miss Outcast.
Hi, Gigi.
Hello, folks.
Hi, Miss
Hello,
Outcast.
Brother Pike.
Miss Sootcast.
Greetings and also salutations.
Oh.
Salutations.
Can I just quickly say something very, very, very that I'm very excited about?
I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Okay, Pike.
Soot signed the contract on a new apartment yesterday, and we booked train tickets today to go to my hometown and my apartment to pack it up, and the movers are coming the Monday after this coming Monday, so the 17th. They're coming and hauling all of my stuff up here, and the 1st of April we get entrance to our new apartment.
Oh,
Well, that's awesome.
That's exciting.
Very cool.
Someone call Bruce. They're moving together before they get married.
Oh no!
Deviant, I'm happy that you're getting a nice new apartment.
Yeah.
Thank you.
How exciting.
Oh, that's nice.
Bruce is a special little guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I happen to agree with Bruce, but that's beside the point.
What did Christian just say? He's trying to argue about what?
This bird is bugging.
I need Mod to show me how to do that. I would love to make little things with with an OBS camera.
Hey, Pike, you're the bird and Dustin's the cat, just sitting there.
Man, look, I already feel bad enough. I sent him a text and I apologize and everything.
Well, that's not right, because now you're basically saying Christian's doing the poking.
That's what I'm saying, yeah.
No, in this case, he's right. I was poking.
Oh, okay.
Look, man, I already feel bad enough about that. Okay.
I didn't hear anything about it. Yeah, I was working out I guess when this happened.
Yeah, he works.
I heard it was crazy. That's all. But BBM was very excited and said immediately he's gonna go back and listen to it.
They'll probably make clips out of it with my luck.
I hope so. I mean,
Thanks, dude. Hey, you guys remember that time Christian was a piece of
Wait, show us a list of times he wasn't.
What?
No, I'm just kidding.
No.
I'm joking.
No, I deserve it. Honestly, I deserve
I
it.
know.
Uh-oh, little guy's here.
Hi, James.
Hey, what's up, little guy?
Hi, little guy.
Hi,
Hey,
little
guys.
guy.
He pressed record, not knowing.
Is that 7-foot little guy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
6 foot, 7 foot, little guy more.
What's up, young Goliath?
But hey, guys, I'm going to jump out because I got about another 30 minutes. I'll be going on Terry's channel, so got to get ready for that. But I just wanted to stop by and
you and
say hey to
Terry.
everybody.
Sitting in
see
a
how
tree.
it is.
Oh my gosh, Christian, thanks a lot.
I see
Dude.
how it is.
Yeah. All right, bye.
Bro, look, I'm ready for you.
It's frozen. Let me out of here. No. Oh my gosh.
Deal, guy.
You're staying here now.
Look, I better get
Tim,
my
I hope you had a good
invitation.
workout.
Oh yeah.
Gigi don't let anyone out of here till he wants them to go.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Y'all trying to make me blush. Yeah.
You and Terry gonna get married.
Tim and Terry
You have a
sitting
son
in a
named.
tree.
Look, from here on out,
Oh,
I'm actively working toward that goal.
Hi.
Oh.
Look at that sloth.
Uh-oh.
I'm like a sloth who bred with a meerkat.
Oh.
Jamie, you
But
better
I'm
get in there. Tim's gonna beat you to it.
What?
Yeah. Yeah. When are you moving to there, Mrs. Arquette? What's going on?
So it's only what can it be? It's like it's very. The new apartment is closer to Soot's garage than we are now. So what can it be? I said to Aidan that it was like 200 to 300 meters, but I think more like 100 to 150 away.
What is a meter
So,
again? I forgot.
I will do you the courtesy and not speed. I don't want to convert speed. That's strange.
Oh, I
A
need to
meter
show
is
you
a measure of distance.
Yes, a meter is definitely a measurement. 100. Oh, maybe not. I shouldn't take inches. Okay, 1 meter is 328 foot or 109 yards.
What a weird thing.
No, it's not. It's a it's a decimal system. It's very normal.
But we're in America, Deviant.
I know you're the weirdos. You use Fahrenheit, which is just messed up, but not as messed up as your freaking inches that you then divide into hundreds.
It is super weird. Yeah, it is super weird.
Yes.
Hey, look, I would like to highlight Bond's comment that Tim is over there flexing on the stream with Terry because I believe that. Look, that's going to be one Baptist wedding.
Can I show you Brother Pike and Miss Outcast? Look at this.
It's Bruce being baptized against his
Bruce
will.
got that's a baby.
They better hold him down a little longer.
Yeah, guess who's baptizing
Is that
him?
Chuck?
It looks like
Brother Charles.
Richard Nixon.
That's not Richard.
It's Brother Chuck and Bruce.
That looks like that clay dude there.
Dustin's there.
I'm not sure. Is that Brother Pike?
That's Dustin flying off there.
I'm still learning faces.
Look at Aiden. This looks a lot like Aiden. Do you think so? Or does this?
I hate motorcycles and all the people who ride them. They're so loud.
Why?
I wish I knew.
Why? Why? What about Achilles? He rides
Then I'm through with
dirt
him.
bikes.
This relationship is over.
How are you today, Jamie? Little guy.
All smiles.
Oh, that's good. What do you think of Lady Aiden? Is that your one true love?
Is that my what?
One true love?
Oh no.
Lady Aiden?
Nope.
Okay.
Not even
That
close.
sloth looks like if Lupin was a cat.
If Lupin was a cat.
That is a fast sloth right there. It is a happy sloth.
Oh. But Lupin was in here, but he didn't say anything and left.
That sloth got a look on his face like Trump just won. Look at him.
What? But when Lupin was.
He was in here earlier. He didn't say anything and left. Is that weird?
Well, it is weird because he usually doesn't have the thingamajig to be courteous
I used
and
to. I have
save
that's my
us
cat right there.
from his genius commentary.
Those cats are like dun dun dun.
Ta-da!
Looks like a revelation on Days of Our Lives.
I was trying to battle Bond, but
You've been my dad this whole time. Ah.
This is the
I
picture.
already concede defeat.
oh, well, that's no fun.
Lady Aiden. Oh,
I can't beat that.
is that your one true love, Jamie? Lady Aiden.
Lady Eden.
Hi, Lady. Oh, sorry. Hi, Lady.
Jamie said I said all the right words.
That's like I want to take care of her, like my niece.
Oh,
That one cat with the orange eyes is funny.
wow.
He's like, "What do you mean TikTok's getting banned? What the?"
Did it get banned?
No, I don't think so.
Oh.
That dog's tripping.
What if they combine TikTok with Rumble? Tumble?
I don't know the answer.
But yeah, that'd be crazy. But the doggies. Is that like Lupin if he was a dog?
No, that's Lupin if he was like a bear.
Egg all over
Oh,
the
it's Lupin.
place.
Oh, I check. But are you alright, little guy, Burger Pike?
Yeah, I'm good. I just feel bad about that thing that happened with Dustin. I feel responsible.
Oh, sorry about that.
I can't be held responsible.
Well, Jamie Russell.
I'm sure he
brother-
will forgive you
Oh,
once he
She was touching her.
settles down and you, because you apologized.
Me and him have had a really rocky history, and I really, the more I think about it, I don't know why. To be honest with you.
one time you got in a fight with him. It was on Power Guys.
I don't know how many times me and him have threatened each other. Probably 100. It's so stupid.
Makes for a good show, though.
Ooh.
Yeah, probably.
It was.
Jamie Russell.
Y'all should just get on the Wii and just box it out on the box.
It's just dumb, man. Like I get mad because it's a trap. It feels like a trap. You build up a rapport with someone, you try to be a testimony, you try to share gospel truths with them, and then something like that happens, and all it does is kill your influence in the mind of that person, and it sets you back a few notches as far as sharing anything that's inspired with them or whatever. And it's just a trap. The whole thing's a trap.
Who trapped you? Was it
The
Bond?
devil.
Oh,
You sound like somebody who is actually actively doing ministry. Wow, what do you know? Almost like you have some experience that you know what you're talking about. What do you know?
Look, let me tell you something. The more
Yes.
experience you have in ministry, the more you realize that you're not capable of anything.
Jamie Russell.
Yeah. Sir?
There are
The
ministers
brother
out
of
there,
Kirk Russell.
especially in the US, who would vehemently disagree with you on that one, Pike.
Look,
So-
the thing about God is the closer you get to God, the smaller you become in your own eyes. You start out life thinking you're so great and capable and full of youth and zeal and vigor. And the closer you get to God, the more tiny you become in your own sight.
You kind of sound, that's something that my grandfather could have said, actually.
Sound like a good grandfather.
It's when smart people realize that. I mean, it's not hard to tell who does active ministry and has been doing it for a long time. It's not hard to tell.
The thing about Dustin is rough
rapport.
around the edges, and Dustin gets on my nerves sometimes, but he's a sincere person. He's just being himself. And there's something to be said about a person who's genuine. That is a good thing.
Sure. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and he
It's just a
is.
little-
I love Dustin.
Well,
Well, like you don't want to like schmoo. Like I know what is that? What I'm always thinking is like I want people to know what I really think. So I don't want to schmooze people, right? But you want to be genuine and open-minded and kind and charitable. So it can be a hard balance.
Of course.
well, Jamie, what are you debating? Roundtable.
I said in a week or two.
Oh, over Calvinism.
Um, I think we decided it would be something like, can you how to I forget. I don't want to misspeak. Something about libertarian free will and God's sovereignty.
Libertarian. What about?
Wait, is that nerdy?
Oh, right. I heard about that. So, are you a Calvinist, Jimmy?
No, I'm not. But
No.
I don't
Okay,
hate
so
Calvinists or anything.
no.
I just don't agree.
If you only knew the hate people get from certain people, I wouldn't say in this community, but they come to visit from time to time. And the hate they get for even saying something that is Calvinist adjacent is
Jason?
it's mind blowing. I do not get it.
Like Burger Pie?
Like Brother Pike, yeah, he
Very
can
much like Brother
for sure
Pike.
testament to that.
Well, a lot of Calvinism seeps into other people that aren't Calvinists, and then they get well, and I don't mean this necessarily. It is what it is, but like people like the idea, like God determined them to be a believer. That feels right, and then they get
Yeah.
pulled into that way of thinking, with once saved, always saved, and that mindset. And I get it. Don't misunderstand me. But then they realize. Then when you get deeper into the theology, it's like, but then you have to like swallow the idea that God determined you and not somebody else before the foundation of the world. God doesn't really love all people in the same way. People are born guilty and worthy of being tortured forever, which is retarded in my mind. But and then like all the stuff that goes along with that. So and then by then you're already sucked in, and I just think that's not the right way to look at God's love. And so that's where I'm at with it anyway.
No, I agree. I think so. Me and Sut were talking about the once saved, always saved ideology, or it's not an ideology, but that's sort of teaching in relation to a certain minister that we are all too familiar with in this community, and shall not be named by name. But it feels like once saved, always saved is kind of a ticket to sin.
Yeah. This is what people mess up is they take it like, oh, if you don't believe that, then you think you're earning your salvation or you think you're meriting your salvation. And that's possible, but really once saved, always saved is a theological concept, and that's different from what people don't realize. Assurance is something different than just claiming you're saved and then you can't lose it. There is assurance, but that's a different idea than the theological concept that it's impossible to lose your salvation. Well, look, the Bible is pretty obviously not saying it's impossible to walk away from the faith. There's just so many examples.
I mean, if once saved, always saved was true, there wouldn't be any sins that a believer could commit. And yet, when we talk about sin, that is, I mean, you can't blaspheme unless you are a confessing believer, for instance.
Guess who's here? Lupin's here.
Who?
Lupin, we just saw a picture of you earlier.
Poopin.
Did you?
Oh, yeah.
Here's some video.
Oh. Hi, Lupin. How's he dooping?
Doing good.
Lupin, how's that hairline doing?
Terrible.
What the?
Non-existent.
Look, mine's starting to do it, man.
it happens to most men and
All
I always
my
some
tell people
women
it
too.
happens to
I
the
mean,
best of us, and it happens to me
my
too.
my hair
yeah.
receded like down to my back. I don't even know.
Oh God,
I don't know how
Back
that
to your neck.
happened, but I mean,
it's a mullet with nothing on top.
yeah, dude, it's just like uh I don't know, the chrome dome with attached to like a mop on the bottom half. I don't even know how to explain it, brother.
Don't explain it like that.
Yeah, I don't know. Sasquatch would be
Look
jealous.
at Jamie showing off that hair.
Sasquatch would be
He's like,
jealous
I don't know
Man,
what
and
just
y'all are
make
talking
an
ashamed at the
about.
same
alpha move
time.
right
Looking like
now.
Daniel Day Lewis over here.
He does look like Daniel Day
He
Lewis.
does.
Yeah, I was gonna say he looked. I was gonna say he looks like the dude from Gangsters of New York or something.
Gangs
But
in New York.
Gangs of New York. Thank you, Gangster.
Yeah.
You're looking like
My
Daniel Day Lewis right now, Jamie.
I'm kind of a fan, so thank you.
Oh. Lupin, how have you been today, little guy?
I've been good. I just got back from a bike ride. I was trying to join, but the signal over here is real spotty.
Oh.
I'm showing off. Right?
Uh-oh.
I got other problems, so don't feel bad.
Are you all right? Yeah. Oh. Lupin. Have you been
Gangster
on Tim's channel? He has his own ministry now called Making Heck Nervous.
making heck nervous. I've heard about it. I don't know. I think I was on there one time.
Would you ever go on there? Would you ever debate someone? Every day you debate Bond over evolution.
Yeah, I don't have too much I disagree with Tim about. Maybe with the rapture, but I mean I don't study it like he does, and I do think that we're going to be here during the tribulation, but that's just me speaking on how I see it.
What do you think, Brother Pie?
My position's similar to Tim's. It's a very slight difference.
Lupin.
Yeah,
Are you a non-dimensional?
a
I'm non
one-dimensional.
I'm
Non.
Who's that?
non-dimensional being
Non-denominational.
non-denominational.
What
Are
is your
you a non?
confession?
Chugga chugga
Yeah.
chugga 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 chugga.
Recite your confession, or you're not saved.
Yeah.
Oh boy, get me to a confession booth.
Uh, Brother Lupin. Have you been on Kent's show lately?
Who?
Kent Hova?
Didn't his channel get taken down again?
Yeah. The Genesis Baptist Church.
Yeah. Does he have a new one?
Yeah.
I have not seen the new one yet, so I don't even really want to talk about it because all the
Okay.
people that hate him tend to like skulk this channel,
Oh, okay.
stalk it.
Oh,
I stick up for Kent Hovind, even
Huh?
though I don't agree with his. I'm not a Baptist
you
in the way
do?
he is, but I stick up for Kent Hovind anyway.
Oh, I think Ken Hovind has done a lot of good for the Christian faith. You know,
Oh, that's good.
Not so much for the Christian children, though. That's sad.
says who?
Well, says the boy who was brought there by a pedophile under Kent's wings.
That was. Yeah, I'm not going to get into it with you.
Look,
Okay.
look, a guy who says he gets up in the morning and goes potty first thing is not that bad of a guy. He can't be. The dude says he goes potty.
But he's the type.
Yeah,
How bad can he
But he's
be?
the type of guy.
Well, if he's still
Well,
using a potty, I would say he should go back to bed and be quiet and take his blankie and his teddy bear and shut up.
Oh.
Is he like maybe he's naive in some way places, right?
No, he's not naive. But we don't have to talk about him because he's very contentious.
he's not.
Yes, he is. If
I'm
I
for
were
not-
to
I'm for
start
not abusing
really
children.
getting into it, I would ruin my fancy dinner that I'm having.
Anti free speech people are fairly contentious, but we don't have to get there.
I think, yeah, let me just say, I'm all for not abusing children, just to be clear.
Well, yeah.
Oh, that's... Oh,
He's a liar.
Lupin, what will you do if you fall to another dimension and you are married to this?
So, um,
Oh, sorry.
does does
Yeah.
you know what? I don't even know how to express in words what I would do there without being a very yeah. It wouldn't be pretty.
Oh, okay.
So or
But
Christian
okay, I
like.
don't. Oh, okay.
Uh-oh.
Uh,
They're fighting in the
what
chat
happened?
side chat.
Oh.
I'm kidding.
Uh, uh,
So, uh,
I have a question.
I was
Okay.
gonna ask Jamie, have you talked to Tim about uh what is the word I'm looking for? I haven't
Debating?
been on streaming. I haven't been on
Debate?
streaming in a minute. No, 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 no. No, a conversation about eternal destruction or whether you burn in hell forever. Have you
Oh,
guys?
I'm always ready for that conversation.
Yeah,
The Bible does not teach that God's going to torture people forever. Okay, just not in. It's not in there, despite popular belief. It's just not.
yeah. I
What about?
think I think a lot of that is Catholic fear mongering. Yeah, to pay to get your confessions, forgive or pay to have your sins forgiven. It was a I really hope that that's the case. I still have to do research on it. I think it's an ongoing study. Christians are torn on this too.
This
it's
is
not
what,
just
let me just
between
point this out.
Catholics and Christians. I don't think it's in God's character to torture people for eternity.
Doesn't make sense, does it? But
What's
but
that?
here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you look carefully at what the arguments are, they don't deal with my side's arguments. They have misunderstandings about what words mean and how language works. They ignore the Old Testament passages that clearly explain a different thing, and then they don't understand genre and symbolism. If you insist that things in Revelation are all, I mean, it just defies the idea that it's literal. But what does that exactly mean? But I'm telling you, man, when you actually look carefully at all the texts that people think teach it, they actually don't, and they teach my view. There is no verse in the Bible that teaches eternal conscious torment. There isn't. There's
Yeah,
not.
no,
There's
they
not
say
a
that the
single
lake
one.
of they say that the lake of fire is eternal, that the smoke will rise up forever,
Yeah,
and some people will see that as the punishment. But it's just like no, it could be an eternal fire, and once you're cast in there, you're destroyed.
yeah, because it's talking about eternal
And
destruction, eternal fire, eternal punishment. But look, I mean, go to my channel. The nature of hell is on my front page of my YouTube channel. I go through every verse with experts. I've covered everything. I show all the verses that say otherwise. I show how people are misunderstanding the verses. I go into the Greek. I go into the Hebrew. I have scholars talk on my channel. I've got like 20 shows on it. The nature of hell. And we talk about all of it. Just people don't want to believe it. They don't want to think they're wrong. They have a lot of what's the word? They feel safe in the historic majority view. But dude, here's the thing. People get stuff wrong. What we stand on is what's preserved in the Bible.
right, yeah, yeah, no, it's I mean, obviously, it's a topic of discussion and still is. So there's research to go around, and you have to deal with, you know, people that have changed people that have controlled the scripture and how they describe it and processes. You got to go through the church history, and then you got to look into the character of God, and
Mhm.
and then once like I don't even really talk about hell too much because I don't
Think about
see
think
I
about
don't see a
this
need to.
from a philosophical point of view. Think about this. What is God really promising to do? What happened when it all went wrong? The fall. Do you think that they had to fall? No. And so, evil,
Mm,
punishment, sin, um, suffering, death is promised to be eliminated, to be removed. That's what we're working towards. God's working towards. a place where there's no more suffering, no more tears, no more sin, no more death. Now, because God is good, right? So in the end, do you believe that God is going to eliminate suffering, death, evil, or is he going to perpetuate it forever by making people sin while they're being punished and tortured forever? That means God is going to have suffering, evil, sin, and death perpetuate forever by his own doing. Rather, I
Right.
mean, that is perverse.
Yeah, yeah, it does make a very evil. It does paint a very evil picture of God, and it's the opposite of His nature, which is loving. The greatest love that anyone could have for humans, and also He's also just though, and an eternal punishment, consistent punishment for eternity, for a short time of life that we have is
Here,
doesn't
but
seem just either.
is what you want to, just a word of caution on, like, don't say there is an eternal punishment. I believe in eternal punishment. That's what the Bible
Oh
says.
well, I mean, if you're destroyed, you're gonna be destroyed for eternity.
Right.
James,
It's a permanent punishment. So they die and they don't come back and it's permanent. It's
Or they
eternal.
face the second death,
I
Yeah.
and
have
the second death is permanent.
uh, Jamie, I have a question. What does the Bible mean when it says where the worm dieth not?
Where the worm dieth not,
Something like that. Was it
Yeah, it comes from
that?
Isaiah 66.
I
Oh,
believe he's talking about
Yeah, in Matthew.
the trash dump. But I could be wrong. Let me see.
Jesus is quoting Isaiah 66, which is talking about the day of the Lord when God destroys his enemies. And the worm that's lifted right from Isaiah 66. And it's talking about the saved people looking at the corpses, is the word, of the slain of God who are not saved. God's enemies are slain and they're strewn about like dung on the ground. That's the imagery. And it says, where their worm dieth not and the fire is not quenched, is what that means. And that's a reference to the dead bodies, corpses of the slain of God. And it's the contempt is felt by those looking upon the dead bodies. That word contempt there is the same. It's only one other place in the Bible, and it's in Daniel 12 when it talks about the contempt of everyone awakes from the dust, some to everlasting life and some to everlasting contempt. That word contempt is only one other place, and it's Isaiah 66, and it's used to describe the saved people feeling contempt towards the slain of God, that they see their corpses strewn. And is what the worm doesn't die and the fire is not quenched, is what that means is nobody can put the fire out and nobody stops the worms from eating the corpses because God is dissolving everything that doesn't belong. It's being consumed. No one's going to stop the bodies of God's enemies from being consumed by the worms or maggots, and no one's going to put the fire out until it burns up the corpses. So it's really painting a picture of no one's going to stop the judgment of God in removing that which doesn't belong in his kingdom. That's what I would say.
I also have a question. What about the part when Jesus said the poor guy and the rich guy, where the poor guy died, went to heaven, and
Lazarus and the rich man.
yeah. What was that
Well,
about?
it's about Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's really about the Jews and their condition and thinking that they're blessed by God because they're well off. And Jesus flips the script and says, actually, the poor man that you think isn't blessed by God is actually blessed by God because he's eating the crumb. Because he's just getting the crumbs off the table from the rich man. The rich man is the idea that because they thought if you are rich in this life, then you must be blessed of God. And he was flipping that on them. And he was talking and kind of chastising the Jews. And even if that is a literal story, it's not about final punishment. It's about the intermediate state, where you go immediately when you die. It's not even about hell per se. It's about, and really, I mean, like I said, go look at my video list. I talk about that. Luke 16.
Oh.
I don't think you have to take it literally. The point of that story is not to teach about the nature of the intermediate state.
Are you talking about Lazarus and the rich man?
That's one take. But the thing
Abraham's bosom.
That is an interesting take, but this is a mixed metaphor because you can
there's a lot of messages in there.
The point is because that imagery is God. It's a fire that consumes, and the worm not dying is like an imagery of the idea that no one can stop the consumption of that. And the corpse. Look, they're described as corpses. The thing that which is being eaten by the worm, and that which is, and that's something that they're seeing on the surface of the earth, not some metaphysical la land. The Bible describes God bringing fire down on the earth like Sodom and Gomorrah, which you can go see right now. I showed Terry last night. That is the destruction that awaits the wicked. It says that in the New Testament. Sodom and Gomorrah are an example of the suffering, the judgment of God's fire, the eternal fire. And Sodom and Gomorrah is not still burning, but it's utterly destroyed. Nothing grows there. And so that's what the Bible says is our example. An utter destruction, consumption. I mean, I'm sorry that the historic majority got this wrong, but it's very well preserved in Scripture. It's not unclear. There are no verses in context that prove that view.
What about the part where he throws them in the fire and the ash, the smoke goes up forever?
Yeah, they have no rest day or night. Those who worship the beast, and the smoke of their torment goes up forever and ever. And that's pulled from.
What was that?
Well, we can go into it, but it's pulled from Isaiah. I would argue that the imagery there is pulled directly from Isaiah, describing the cities that are against God, like Babylon, which are utterly destroyed. It doesn't say it's being eaten, but what do you think the imagery says?
Are you speaking to anybody in particular?
It's not. Yeah, I'm looking at this comment. Look at the context of Isaiah 66, and you tell me.
I'm sorry, I was reading something else. Are you talking to somebody in the comments? You said.
Yeah, I was looking at the comment on the screen. I was just responding. That's dumb. It's a parallelism. The worm not dying and the fire not being quenched are parallel concepts describing what's happening to the corpses of the slain of God and the reaction of those who are not slain, who are God's people, and looking upon them with contempt. Go look at Isaiah 66. It's very clear. And that's what Jesus is quoting.
What do you mean?
The worm doesn't die. It's talking about immortal souls is the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I don't mind if Jamie questions me. I don't think we disagree on a lot of things.
Your 7 day.
No, but I think that they do a lot of good work. I agree with a lot of the stuff that they think about the Catholic Church. Yeah, the thing is, they just get works mixed up very easily. I mean, as soon as I don't know why. I know some very intelligent 7-day Adventists that I hold in very high regard, but then they bring in keeping the Sabbath and a work in order to obtain salvation. Yeah, it's a little bit strange. It's a little bit of leaven that ruins the batch of bread, But regardless, I don't think that they will be condemned because they want to hold the Sabbath. I just think it's silly.
What do you think, James?
Well, technically, Adventists believe in righteousness and justification by faith alone. So we just think there's 10 commandments that define sin. So we ought to keep the Sabbath. But if anybody says you have to keep the Sabbath in order to be saved, they're not representing what we actually believe properly. We just believe that you can walk away from the faith. And there's different views expressed. You don't have to hold to a particular way of expressing that. We don't have we have 28 fundamental beliefs that kind of define what we believe, but there's no set soteriological position, although I don't think you can make our theology work with once saved, always saved, although there's people who try and who identify as Seventh-day Adventists who believe in once saved, always saved. They're a minority. But it really doesn't theologically make sense to have that view. It kind of undermines the whole project of what the Adventist Church thinks it's doing as its mission, which is to call people back to the ways of God, because there's actually 10 commandments and Jesus is Lord of the Sabbath. Now, how much can you sin before you lose your salvation? Well, I don't think you can sin your way out of salvation, but sin can lead you astray from following Jesus. And then if
Sure.
that leads you astray and you don't turn back to him in repentance and you stop believing and trusting in him, and you go from someone who trusts in Jesus for your salvation to someone who doesn't believe in Jesus and doesn't think, and then goes out teaching people that God doesn't exist and Jesus isn't a savior, and you lose your faith entirely. I'm sorry, those people, how can we say that they're saved just because they once believed? They're worse than people who never did believe, because having known the way of righteousness to turn from the holy commandment, that's worse off than somebody who never believed, because people are judged according to the light that they have. So because I believe you're saved immediately upon turning to Jesus for salvation, and I believe that you're automatically justified when you turn to God, he accepts you, because I believe that that's true, and some people who have done that, it doesn't matter what church they're a part of, which wizard laid hands on them. If they turn to Christ and believe the gospel for one moment, they're justified. But sometimes those people leave the faith and they don't trust in Jesus anymore. And they live 20 years and they lead people astray. And I cannot, in good conscience, say they are still saved just because they honked for Jesus. So because I believe
Jesus.
my faith, that I can't believe in once saved, always saved.
Well, I mean, there's a great apostasy that is supposed to take place. So there's going to be a great falling away. So, yeah, I mean, once saved, always saved. I think once you come to Christ and once you acknowledge and once you come to the realization that there is a creator, there's a creator of the world, that you can't really unsee that once you see it. Now you
Yeah, it
might
does seem that way, doesn't it? I do identify with that. Like,
I pray that I don't experience a day where it gets so bad where I don't even know if I could be convinced that or made to feel that way. Now maybe could I want to like rebel against God or get angry at God or something like that? Possibly. I pray that day doesn't come, but you never know what happens in the future. But even then, I don't think I would be able to say that there's no God. Once you come to that realization, I really think it's almost impossible to.
it does seem that way. I do identify with that idea. Like, I'm not trying to make people feel like they're not saved. You should have assurance. You should be secure in your faith. I believe in that. I'm just talking like theologically what the Bible's saying. There is a great apostasy. It says you have to hold fast. Jesus says you have to abide. Why would a Christian want to argue with that? You don't have to abide. If you think you'll always abide, good, but be honest about the text. Jesus says you have to remain. Paul says if hold fast to your belief. It's like, do we really want to say you don't have to do that? I mean, it's one thing to say Jesus will keep you. I agree with you. But you have to what does that look like? I'm not exactly sure. I don't think you should think you're losing your salvation every time you mess up, obviously. But the Bible it says there's an apostasy. It says if you hold fast, don't take your hand off the gospel plow or you'll be worse off than where you were. It's not that big of a deal. Jesus won't lose you. He won't let you go. But if you insist on walking away, I mean, that's just in there. It's in there, man. I think it's Tim's show now. I'll see you guys later. God bless.
See you later. Bye. But Lupin.
My bad. I was somebody was asking me something here. I'm probably gonna have to go in a little bit. I think my sister is having some kind of show at the museum or something.
Oh, that's nice. Hope you have fun there, little guy.
Yeah,
Thank you for joining us.
should be good. No, it's cool. I got a few more minutes. What were you gonna ask?
Well, one day could you bring on a little? He's a good little guy.
Mm, I don't know. That's up to him.
Yeah. Or it'll be just me, you, and Stump. The Stooges. The Three Musketeers.
There you go. I like that.
Sorry. Are you
Damn
there?
it, where'd that workstationist go?
Who?
Yeah, I'm here. I actually came on to ask Jamie a question, but he ran like all the workstationists do.
When Bond is not. Like he leads, you come on. You leave, he comes on.
Well, it's kind of like in the Bible where you had the Lord in heaven, then you got the Lord on earth at the same time, and the Lord called on fire from the earth, right? And then the fire came down from heaven from the Lord. You got to embrace the Trinity.
Oh. Yeah, so why did Tim think you two are the same person?
I have no idea. That still cracks me up. I don't know if he felt like at some point I was like trolling or something like that, and Bond trolls him. Um, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if Bond's ever trolled him before. I never went out of my way to troll him.
Oh. Lupin? Yeah, Lupin. That was, I need to, it's so awesome what Trump been doing. It's just so awesome.
Yeah, he's doing a lot, man.
Man.
He just revoked Biden's security clearances. I hope he overturns his pardons. I don't know if he can do that. I don't know what presidential power he has to nullify a pardon, but that would be good because I think those pardons were uh, unjustified, and personally, I think they're criminal.
Oh.
To pardon somebody for uh, act of criminality they haven't done yet, that's just insane.
That one I think he probably could overturn.
I want to say he could. I just don't know if he. I don't know if he can. But he's doing a lot of work. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. He hasn't been in office for more than a month.
I think the only time a
Yeah, it's
pardon
crazy.
has ever been overturned is whenever a person who was pardoned committed a crime, a different crime, and got prosecuted.
Oh.
Do you know who and what presidency or?
Nah, I don't remember. But there's never been a situation where a president pardoned someone for a particular crime committed, right, that they've been convicted for, and another president canceling that pardon. That's like never been a thing.
I just don't know how he could pardon Fauci, Swift, and his son. Uh,
Can pardon
in
anyone.
Yeah, but I don't know legally how much that can stand and what powers the president can use to, like I said, nullify those. Because I think Fauci would have to be investigated, but who knows if he's going to be? I think he will be.
I mean,
What if he oh, okay. What if he made you secretary of Bannon Aiden? I don't.
Well, we'll have to wait till
What?
Canada becomes a 51st state.
Okay, I ask a question. I heard you could become. He's handing out
Mm-hmm.
passes where you could go there to ask questions. Would
Mm,
you do that?
absolutely.
Yeah, me too. That'd be
Maybe I
awesome.
already have
What if
it.
you ask him for his autograph? You already got it?
Maybe. It would be nice to have some autographed merchandise from Trump. It would be nice.
Yeah.
I just have a bunch of his stuff that is what is it called whenever it's like sewn into it, embroidered.
I'm not sure.
embroidery.
Embroidered. His signature is just embroidered into the beanies and hats that I have. I don't have anything physically signed by him.
Oh. What? What if you get Odin's
Did I?
autograph?
Did I ever show you? Did I ever show you the video of Trump surfing?
No.
Let me see if I have it. You guys could talk. It's gonna take me a minute to find it.
Oh, wow, that's crazy. But yeah, that'd be awesome.
Really? Oh, I'm sorry.
What?
I was looking at the chat. I saw something
What the
funny.
thing?
Um,
Yeah.
I have like really bad time in GG. I'm sorry.
Well, that's all right. Yeah, it's crazy.
Let's see. I think this might be it.
Yeah. I see what you're saying, Lupin. It's just one of those things where it's like it's a slippery slope where it's like if one party does it, the other one is gonna like take advantage of it basically. And so both parties tend to avoid doing certain things whenever they get into the presidency.
Yeah, it's gonna be an interesting to see what actions that he takes.
He's most likely not gonna do anything.
Mm, I don't
If
know though.
anyone,
He's a firecracker, so and he's kind of he actually does work, and he does follow through with a lot of stuff that he says that he's going to do. So we'll just have to see. Justice should be had, but there's a lot to fix, and he's not going to be able to fix everything. But he's doing a really good job of taking care of a lot of stuff that's going on now. Um, a lot of stuff that was kind of unexpected, like that people don't even consider. Why
I
can't I
personally
find this?
don't know what those things are, but I'm just saying in
Well,
terms of like
things like taking, seeing if Canada will join the union, taking what is it, Greenland, Denmark, um, and a lot of the other policies, and just him gutting just dumb departments that are failing and actually getting those done, like gutting the Department of Education, investigating USAID, whatever you want to call it, which is one of the biggest money laundering schemes the government has been using for years. Um, Cleaning the FBI out, the CIA, Department of Justice. Just a lot of these things are pretty much unheard of by career politicians.
I mean, I think there's a reason a lot of those things were not done in the past.
No, for sure. Yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
you know, I don't think it's for nefarious reasons. Not saying that each department can't be abused. I'm sure you can find some kind of abuse in every federal department. Um, but in terms of him essentially trying to like gut the federal government, I don't see that happening mainly because it would literally require Congress to pass laws to get rid of those departments. The most he can do is probably like um um what's the word again? Like remove some funding from a department, but it's not within his power to like completely um get rid of a department that was approved by Congress, basically.
Well, we have to see how much movement he has with the with Congress, with the House and the Senate. So we're gonna just have to wait and see the power and what he prioritizes. First. But as far as what he's doing right now, I think he's doing everything in his power that he can be doing, and so far he's doing a really good job.
You don't think that's a problem for like where you have one man trying to do everything versus working with people in Congress um and Democrats to get
Well,
stuff done?
Trump gives the power back to the state. He doesn't really want the Fed involved with it, and I support that. I support the states having the power and the people having the power, not the federal government, because the federal government couldn't wipe its own ass without making a mess, without getting a finger stuck in the hole. So yeah,
Really?
get the federal government out of the people's business.
You do understand that if the federal government doesn't exist, the United States doesn't exist, right?
There's the federal government can grow too powerful, and I don't necessarily believe that either. What you just said.
So so if it's a situation where, let's say, each state can do whatever they want, right? You don't do How do you see that as being a country versus like a land of different countries?
Well, they're all still tied together, and there's going to be a common law with all these things. But states should be able to choose what laws are viable to them. You know, that's why we have states that have lenient gun laws. That's why we have states with extremely strict gun laws. You know, we have different laws on schooling. We have different laws on taxes. You know, there's already different laws that the states approve of that don't need government or federal involvement.
Well, yeah, they have their own laws, but all of those laws, right, a lot of them, well, pretty much 90% of them are in line with what's federal law in the first place. Or
Well,
if it's not something that's mentioned by federal law, right, they can make their own laws about it.
some of them, I mean, you'd have to give me an example, but I don't have the time right now. I got to go get dressed and get ready. I gotta go.
Where
Now I
you
do.
going? You got a date or something?
No, my sister, she has some kind of presentation at the museum.
Ooh.
I don't even know what it's about, but I'm gonna go and see that.
Okay, man. I see. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah, see, it's called glob painting, and you paint, and it's really thick, and then it goes on in these, you know, circles like
What?
this, and then you just do it like this. Now that they're dry, I'll just do. Oh crap! You can't see me because the light. Um, and then I just do right over top. If it'll come out, this one's kind of thick, or it's
She
dry.
said.
Let me just use this one. And then you'll just keep doing this. Like I can make them bigger. Um, and then it'll dry. It'll flatten out some and dry like that. But they're really cool. I just don't know how to set up to paint right and make it look right, you know?
That looks that looks pretty right to me. how
Thank you.
how long does it take to dry?
I just did these ones last night when I ran that, I canceled the other stream, just turned it off. So and they're dry, so dry enough for me to paint on.
Oh.
But I got red and Lupin left because I came in.
What? Why?
I don't know. I'm just kidding. I don't think that's what's happening, but
You just say he had to leave out or something like that.
sure.
So
Sure.
so Mod, I'm
Yes.
having a problem with this particular painting here.
Why?
There's not enough red.
Oh, I know. I made red at the last second last night.
Oh, well, I'll be thankful for whatever red that's there.
Man, my lighting is so bad. I don't like the shadow there. Maybe I should do that. No, that isn't going to help. I need a better light so you can see better. But so there's that. There's that one.
That's really cool. I've never seen that before.
I've seen one chick do it. Well, I've seen a couple chicks do it, but I can't believe I got the mixture good. Like it came out really good. Should follow Lupin around online more often. Him running might be good for him. Here, I'll put a big red one in the middle.
Awesome.
Come on now. And see how thick it is?
Yeah.
Ooh. Ooh.
Oh, that's a lot.
Yeah. And see, now all the air bubbles are out of it, except for that blue, of course. But it'll spread out just a little bit more.
Do you have to? You don't have to do anything to get rid of the air bubbles if there's any, right? You can just leave it.
I use a torch if there is. Like this one has an air bubble in it. I'll just, see like this.
Oh, okay. In my brain, the
just pops them.
flamethrower came to my brain. Maybe that's my testosterone. I don't know.
I know Claude asked me one time, he's like, well, what do you do if it catches on fire? And I'm like, well, it does catch on fire, see?
What?
What's Aiden out here whining about? Everything.
Yeah, I came up here to talk some smack to Jamie, but he ran.
Yeah, he's over there watching Terry and Tim, probably.
Wow, I thought it was bros before. Oh, never mind.
Well, maybe he's there for his bro. I don't know. Look, I wanted to show Deviant something that I made. Hold on. I don't know if she'll like it or not, but because of the third leg there. I don't know, though. Maybe she will like it.
Bro. My goodness, I just noticed it.
I just realized, it's kind of funny, actually.
Oh my goodness.
I thought it was cute.
Big black third leg.
Good point. Good point.
I have not been using any of the AI generation stuff at all. Mainly I think mainly it's because I'm a lot of the stuff that I do in Photoshop and stuff like that, I've spent a ton of time learning the process, and I get more control over whatever I want to do. But I do want to start messing with that stuff just to see, all the crazy stuff that I could come up with.
Yeah, it's fun, I think.
I checked out Nerdy's channel, and he's got a lot of stuff on that, so I'm gonna check out his channel more and see what's available.
Yeah, he's
bro.
he gets tons of views over there.
Oh yeah. But
he's basically famous. Where is he anyway? Why ain't he here?
I don't know.
Or showed up at all?
I use Photoshop, Illustrator, Lightroom, as part of what I do at my job.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
The only thing that I kind of use AI for is to clean up images. Depending, for example, to clean up images like an old cracked image, to do that manually takes forever. Or if someone did a photo shoot and let's say they do their makeup, but they have a pimple or whatever, right? That's something I can manually clean up. But again, it takes forever sometimes depending on the picture. So I'll have AI do, I'll have AI work, clean up those types of images. Even though, unfortunately, sometimes um, it gets kind of racist.
Ooh.
Like, so so there's a couple times when I'm like running images through it, right? And someone who's like like black and like dark skin, it would straight up lighten their skin tone to the point where they're almost white.
Oh.
I was like, wait, what? So I messaged the devs, and they've been actually trying to fix that problem, because it's how the AI is trained, right? So if you're training your AI on just only white people, then when you tell it to do certain things, it's gonna do stuff based off of that. Not saying that's what they did, but I just found it to be absolutely hilarious. And the email they sent me in response that gave me, because I showed them, I added attachments, the before and afters. They're like, oh my goodness. Thank you very much for putting this out. We're not trying to be racist, and it was
I was
super funny.
I was trying to make this one. I was gonna make it a white cat, but when I put a white cat, it just put like a blonde lady, and I'm like,
Wait, what?
I don't want to do that. Yeah. So I think um, because I just said, well, I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I don't know. I don't know, but I didn't. Um, I'll show you the other ones that I got back. Hold on. Um, what was I saying though? I forgot. Oh, here it is. This is what I got back. But I put white cat. I'm like, yeah, no, that's not gonna.
I like
That looks
that
like I'm
one.
trying to make myself in there. Well, I was trying to make it for Deviant, but not that I don't. I didn't pick the black cat though. I mean, it just came out that way. But not that there's anything wrong with a black cat. I don't know. What are you, racist or something? No.
I don't know. Maybe.
Ooh.
I don't like black cats.
And
I like this one. I like both of them.
then there's this one.
Oh, that one is really cool too.
Yeah,
I'm
I thought
curious,
it was
the
cool because.
the
Oh,
program
go
that
ahead.
you use to generate these, um, do they offer the ability to like sharpen them and increase the
Yeah,
resolution?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I think. Wait, not sharpen them like that, but you can edit them a little bit.
Oh, okay, okay. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. I just don't really know how to communicate with it because I'm not that, I'm not that good.
Yeah, it's
Um,
all about the props, really.
yeah.
I think I do have one or two that I messed with. Let's see here.
What do you think, Logan? Do you like this one better, or is he even there?
GG. He
She
doesn't
looks more
want
comfortable there.
he doesn't want me to be his little guy. Let me see. Hold on. I just switched off. That looks good.
Yeah, this one
Yeah.
or this one.
Mm, I don't know. That third thing is throwing me off.
Yeah, that is kind of throwing me off too.
Yeah. Yeah, the previous one is way better. I like the head dressing the most. They got that
Yeah.
done like really, really well.
I wonder why they put blue eyes on it.
I don't. That's a good question.
Because they did that on this one too.
Can you tell it to like? Can you morph that one and tell it to add like yellow eyes, for example?
Probably. I'd have to see.
I'm pretty ignorant about how the prompts really work.
It's really fun. I like it. I have fun with it.
Let's see here. Yeah, I did try to mess with it a little bit and generated some images. Crap, I don't remember my password.
I hate that.
Okay. Blah, blah, blah. I don't care about your new features and stuff. Text image. My creation. Okay. So there's a couple times where I wanted to generate like a particular background for a client,
Hmm.
right? Because they wanted something to match their clothing, and this is one of the ones
Someone
that I had
snuck in.
generated.
It's you. You came in twice.
Me?
Mm-hmm. Look at the screen. Oh man, I just got a really good one. Ooh, let me put that one on there. Hi, Bond. You coming in here trying to
Hello.
sneak attack me with your cute little nerdy?
Yeah, right. Bro, why you got nerdy? Why you got nerdy sitting in your lap, bro? Free
Oh,
We need
nerdy
nerdy
at
today.
once.
We need nerdy today.
yeah.
Okay,
Where
let's
is
see.
that nerdy rodent Brad anyway?
That's a good question.
Plus, you are talking about AI, so I figured why not?
Yeah, this stuff is like really interesting.
Look at this one.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah. I don't know though. The background's not as cool. Oh, and look at the cat on the left.
I like the hair.
Yeah, me too. I did put white on there this time, but it was like, you're racist.
Oh my goodness.
You
But it
might
did
Come on,
give
be.
me a.
I'm gonna send you one of the backgrounds that I generated for a client.
Uh oh.
That color blue was like perfect for the tuxedo he was wearing.
Look at this one.
Ooh.
That one's kind of weird. I don't know. I like that one.
That one is cool.
Yeah, I like this
Yeah.
one better.
Yeah, me too.
She got the cat fro.
Like, yeah.
If I could just
I'll get
take
a
the
view.
sides and put the background of this one in there. Oh wait, of this one, like the sides, that would be perfect.
Yeah. Let's see here. Do I have any of like people? Okay, so I did generate some people. Can I share my tab?
Probably.
Claim now.
How did Bond get in?
Mm-hmm.
I snuck in.
You're right.
I'm a hacker.
Sneaky.
He knows a guy.
He knows a guy.
Yeah. He got in the back door somehow.
I actually, I got into one of this was like a year ago or two, and Standing for Truth was having a stream, and I got in there and I started spamming his private messages back there. He stopped the show. It was like, what in the world is going on?
What?
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
He didn't cuss you out?
No. He stopped the show, and his face was just in awe. Like, wait, what just happened?
Ooh, I'm
I
getting
forgot my
some
brother
kind
was
of cool
using
ones.
this. I'm just downloading all the ones that I had put together, and I'll just share my screen.
Good idea.
Some of like this is just me like messing with the prop to try to see like how accurate it'll like get some of the images.
Look at this one. That was kind of weird.
Let's see here. Let me see. Oh, dude. So when I like the first thing I noticed was the tail, and I was like, why does it look like that? And then I looked closely, and I was like, oh, it actually looks normal. It was just the way how like it turned up and it had the color at the end. Yeah, that looks really nice.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
You know what? I'm gonna start generating AI images as well.
Good idea.
Because I'm like paying for this program and I never really use it as much, like for work. All of what I have here is just me and my little brother just kind of like messing around.
Look at this one's tail. I said to make the hair gold, but it did it white.
Oh my goodness.
So fabulous. That's all I do know.
Oh, oh, that one was can't show that one. That was
No, the man.
no, it was one of I kind of took a picture and like I guess morphed it with one of my ex-girlfriends.
Oh,
Yeah.
did you change?
Jeez.
No, we were together when I did it. Because she was curious as to like what it could do.
Hey, Miss Moss,
Yes. Yeah.
you there? Uh, is it alright if I
Sure.
shut the show down? Okay. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for
Bye,
coming on,
everyone.
everyone.
Oh,
Especially you,
thank
Miss.
you. You guys
All
have a
right,
good one.
GG's.